We're going to go live here in your head wrestling radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting. Handsome Jackie Jones on my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power dope. What do you got there? Watermelon? What is that?
Prickly pear and citrus, unsweetened seltzer.
Prickly pear and seltzer?
Citrus.
Oh, cool.
Unsweetened seltzer, sparkling water.
Have you ever had it before?
No, it's good. Family made since 1882 by the good people of Polar. That is a local brand here. I didn't realize that. I thought it was everywhere, but it's only in New England.
Oh. Huh. Polar.
Yeah, this is a limited edition. They do limited edition winter. Well, they do one all the different seasons, but this is the limited edition winter flavor.
No, that's excellent.
Yeah, we got to get some Polar money here. It's a local company. We'll get the Polar, and we'll get like hillbilly hot dogs or something for Inchman.
It's better, like, promoting Polar than like other things.
Coca-Cola or some bullshit.
Promoting on the YouTubes and
I'll be honest. That's like I know they try to have fun with it, like on like Cornet and stuff. But it really gets annoying. Like if you just, and look, it's free, so I can't really complain. But I'll set up some clips in like a playlist of clips to listen to while making, graphics or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I have to constantly go and skip to the next one because about halfway in, it'll just start to be some ad for shaving your balls or something.
Yeah, that's no good.
For like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Does anybody listen to that and they go, yeah, I do need to shave my balls.
Yeah, I got to shave my balls. I got to get some steaks. I got to, well, we shouldn't, they don't do it on here, but if they would do it here on In Your Head, everyone would be out there shaving their ball sack. They'd be like, hell yeah, if Incher and Jack shave their balls, I'm going to do it too. But if they don't do it, that's what we should do. We're going to start, instead of every company that doesn't pay us, we're going to tell people not to support them.
Just every company.
So don't buy any ball shavings until you see them pop up on In Your Head.
Well, Polar,
then you can shave the nuts.
Polar is not paying us yet either. So.
No, but they're good people. But they're also not paying everybody else.
Yeah. They're not paying nobody.
Yeah. We'll give them a leeway here. We'll give them a couple weeks, see how things go.
And then we're kind of like,
I've never contacted them or anything, but
this is like a virtual shakedown, I think. Like we're like, if you like protection money or something, like if you want us to book you and say you're good, then you got to pay us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. That seems a very but I don't know. I've not had, I can't say, but do you think, well, we won't go down the road of ball shaving. We're going to talk about wrestling this week. Maybe we'll save the ball shaving for later, but wrestling intro. So Sunday was
authority, he says, but if you don't take care of your balls.
Well, I don't think shaving, I think men have taken care of their balls for millennia without shaving them. I think shaving your nuts is a really new phenomenon.
I see.
I don't think man, like real men back in John Wayne, you don't think John Wayne was shaving his ball sack, do you, in his butthole?
I don't know, but I think the people who are shaving their balls is probably the people on NXT TakeOver War Games, right?
Yeah, a bunch of effeminate, okay. So I want to give the show a chance. I turn it on. Very colorful and goofy looking. I know everyone makes fun of that, but it's there. You can't not see it. But as I watch your show, and so they have some of the veteran guys working with some of the new guys in some of the matches. Most of it's the new guys. And from what I understand, a lot of these guys, like Gargano, it's probably his last show, and some of the other guys probably going to the last show. It's night and day seeing them work together. And if they want to have NXT as an actual developmental with like trainees, I get that mindset because you want to train people to go to Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah.
But you can't build up NXT for like 3 or 4 years as the home of like great in-ring wrestling, and like, where you'd sign the best of the indie guys. They basically made their own alternative show of like indie style wrestling. You can't do that for years and have all the takeover pay-per-views, usually blow away events. And then boom, all of a sudden the next day you're like, nope, now it's, trainees. Most of them are barely had matches, and expect people to keep watching it. Like, this show shouldn't be a televised event.
I was tempted to turn it on, but I am kind of secretly boycotting it in a way, because it's just like I don't agree with what they did, because I mean,
I don't either. It seems like a lot of the people, I guess Beth Phoenix now is leaving too.
Yeah, well, that's actually a plus in my mind.
But I mean, it's somebody's been there for a while now. They don't believe in the product.
I think she was horrible as a commentator. Like, every time she would throw in anything, it just seemed like it was so shoehorned in. Like she did not have good timing at all. It was.
But the idea is that these people that have been there for a long time are leaving the product.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I just had to.
Yeah, because you hate
Beth
women.
Phoenix.
I'm kidding.
No, I just hate Beth Phoenix because I think she's a poor commentator. I had issues with Taz this week as well, but I think it was.
I think Taz always sucks. I've never understood the love of Taz as a commentator. I think he sucks since day one and continues to suck.
Well, I think it is an issue in AEW that they don't tell the commentators to, tell them not to point out certain things. And in the Cody match,
oh yeah, because he's talking about this back. Yeah,
you could see like he had like, it was like new skin or something sprayed all over his back, I guess, for the final spot. And
right.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to happen, so maybe that kind of took away from it. But
no, I know it was very obvious because it was peeling and coming off. But then the commentator to bring it up is really poor.
Yeah, and Tony, I think, covered it up as best as he could.
Yeah,
because he said, I think it's debris from the trash can, but it was obviously something was on his back. But
and it didn't help him because he ended up burning his back pretty good. Probably because it probably wore off during the match.
Yeah. But I don't understand why Brandy lit the table on fire. Like, does she hate Andrade that much? Or like, I mean,
that's her husband. Her husband, I would assume she wouldn't help her husband.
He took the biggest brunt of the fire.
Well, I mean, that's just how it happened. But yeah.
But anyhow, I know we're going off on AEW right now, but we were talking about NXT. But I just didn't watch the show overall. How did you feel about the show?
It's just not a good show. It's people that are barely trained. That women's War Games was not good. Most of those women are really green. There was this real tall woman who's really just like obviously bad. Like, she's not, and it's not even her fault. It's like, you're putting these people that have only had a handful of matches on TV, and then you're putting them in a War Games match, like this big spectacle. And everyone has like these super cheesy gimmicks. Like, the one guy's like the prototypical Italian guy. It's all this stuff that seems like and bad stuff from the 80s and 90s, not good stuff, like just real cheeseball gimmicks. One guy's like a gambler. He's not gambler. He's just a gambler. And this whole feud made no sense because I don't watch a show normally, but they're showing highlights, and he was pissed at this guy because they were playing, they were playing poker, and he bluffed and he lost him the game. And I'm like, if he's a professional poker player, they wouldn't be mad at someone bluffing. That's part of poker. I mean,
Yeah,
it
he
just
should
is
have had that several times. Yeah.
it's very just cheesy stuff with guys that aren't trained. It just
Hmm.
seemed like watching like a local promotion back in like the early 90s, like that would come on local access or something.
Vince
And the
Russo
main,
in the
I will say, Braun Breaker is good. He's beyond his. He's definitely got talent. I assume they'll fast track him to Raw. He's a big dude. He moves well. He does the power moves really cool. Those press slams and stuff. I just hope they don't give him some idiotic gimmick or something. But
do you
I'm sure
feel
they got.
do you feel wrestling runs in a family, or do you think it can
No,
carry
I think
on
it
to the
depends.
son?
Sometimes, but not always, because we've had some really bad second generation guys like David Flair, David Sammartino.
Yeah.
It
Vince
probably
Russo.
depends on how much you love, because then on the flip side, we also had Charlotte Flair, who I think she's definitely talented. So it all depends. We've had a lot of great second generation. We've also had some really poor second generation.
Vince Russo in the chat here, referring to the Brandy spot where she lit the table on fire. He says, because they thought Brandy would get a huge pop, but they were mistaken. LOL.
Yeah, they honestly, like, they're really trying to get the crowd behind Cody. Like now, it's almost like Tommy Dreamer stuff in ECW back in the day, where he was the good looking guy. People don't remember this because they think of him as Dreamer now, but when he came in, he was like the good looking studly guy and didn't really fit into ECW. So he did angles where they beat him with the kendo sticks and stuff to prove to that audience he was hardcore, and then eventually worked, and they loved him. But I don't think it's going to work with Cody. I think honestly, the more they do this stuff, the more it's going to turn the crowd on him. And part of me thinks he knows that, but I don't think you would do. I get go out there and you pander to the crowd to really get heel heat, even though you're looking like a baby face. But I wouldn't think you'd go out there and like risk, scarring up your body to basically troll the audience. That would be pretty dumb. I think he really thought this was going to get him over, but instead of like scarring yourself to try to win the fans back, just go with the audience and turn the guy heel.
Well, I said last week, I think that he needs to take it all the way and actually go and win the belt, do something that would make him really hate him, and then finally turn heel. And I think if you go all that way, they'll eventually come back around.
And my only problem with it, they'll eventually, yeah, if he's a heel, they'll eventually, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant don't turn him heel until he wins a belt, but the longer you don't turn him heel, to me, it ruins matches because he's pandering to the audience like he's over and he's not, and it just makes the matches bad.
I think if he goes into that, like that has a title series and he does
especially if they play up that
right
he's not supposed to even have a title.
Yeah.
And then he would go against his own
but still do the babyface character, and that would make the fans really hate him.
Yeah, my only thing, like I said, it makes the bad TV to me but if you'd have him against faces who are supposed to be cheered, it would be different.
I mean, even though, like people throwing his belt back and everything, it does make you like pay attention to the show,
I think honestly, to me, I hate it. I've always hated it. I'm not going to change my, I hated it in WWE. They did it for years. To me, it ruins the show.
When they do it to John Cena, like you're throwing a
yeah, I hated it. I thought it made terrible television. Either. No, I hated it. Said it for years on the show. When because he's showcased as the hero of the show and everyone hated him. To me, it ruins the television. It's one of the things that turned me against WWE. And
it's definitely not a good storyline, but like it makes you wonder how the fans are going to react to things.
It makes me not want to watch it. Honestly, I think and I also think if for new fans, if they'd watch it, they just think the show sucks because it's like this is the guy that's supposed to be loved and everyone hates him. Like, why do I watch this? Yeah. I thought it really hindered WWE growing its audience, because they would have Roman Reigns and Cena out there booed, and just keep having them as the heroes. I think it hinders new people from watching it.
Yeah. But yeah, you still have like the Cena and the Reigns fan, even though like when they're
Yeah, but I
being
don't think
booed.
you'd ever get new fans of theirs.
Yeah.
Look how great
But,
once they actually did the Roman turn. It's great. One of the few
mhm.
things I like on WWE.
Yeah, it's very good. I enjoy it. He feuding and beating up Sami Zayn on SmackDown this weekend, like or this week. Uh, Brock Lesnar basically like kind of like made Sammy go into the title match that he won the
Yeah,
big
but
battle royal for.
that
And,
that so the guy that they just made to look like a fool, he's going to have a title match at the pay per view. That really
Brock Lesnar's being replaced in the spot. He was making him do it on SmackDown, so like he would be on the day one pay per view that they're going to have. That's
so. Wait a minute, Brock's on the day one pay per view, or
yeah.
Sami Zayn? Oh, okay.
Brock is on the day one pay per view now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They waste Sami Zayn. I mean, he's used on
Yeah.
the show, but I think he's like one of the best heels in the company.
Mighty Lexar says at least Onita and Tremont, who is that? Tremont know how to light them wrestlers.
No,
on
that's not
properly.
true, because the guy was in the hospital for weeks after that. So both of the guys, so they might know how to light themselves on fire, but they don't know how to do it safely. That was the Japanese guy. That Japanese guy was like destroyed after that match, and Tremont was in the hospital for weeks with like burns and stuff.
Yeah,
probably like good. They probably spent like 100 times more on their medical bills than what they made for the match. So I wouldn't use that as a good example of anything.
I mean, fire in wrestling, you never know how a fire is going to react. I mean, when you see people in a movie like set themselves on fire, they have all kinds of protective equipment,
Yeah, I
all
would just
kinds of gear that they put on. So it's really unpredictable how fire is going to react.
I mean, Kane Hodder, got burnt really bad. It's everyone knows.
Even in the match with Cody and Andrade, or what's his name now? I'm seeing Idolo.
Yeah, it's a terrible name.
Idolo.
It's honestly a shit name.
Like Cody's boots was on fire at a time.
Yeah,
he
got lit on fire. And if you see the pic, he burnt skin off his back.
Yeah,
it's really
some
bad.
of the debris came up and hit Andrade on the chest, and he had to like stamp it out before like they could do the pin, because I'm sure that was pretty painful. But
yeah, Foley got burnt for real back in FMW days. It's not something you can control easily. It's unpredictable fire.
Kids Authority says you both keep forgetting that there are no heels or baby faces in AEW.
Yeah, that's not. I know he's joking around there, but that's not true. I know that the guys like to say that, but there are. To me, they're pretty clear.
Ranked Shooter says the best second generation wrestler is Eddie Guerrero.
He's up there, definitely.
He's definitely up there.
It was funny because something came up. Someone showed a recent picture of David Flair, and he's like a bigger guy now. I don't care. That's fine, but whatever. He looks happy. But this one guy said David Flair was a great talent, and like I'm sure he's a nice guy, and I don't want to bash the man or something. But this idea that he was a great talent, anyone's saying today, it's like, come on, guys. He was clearly terrible. If he's a great talent, then every wrestler that's ever been on TV is a great talent.
I think Crowbar was good with him, but I don't think David was very good.
No, I mean, he was clearly honestly one of the worst guys. That was like an actual ongoing wrestler.
Daphne was good with him, but he
was terrible. He's terrible.
I mean,
he's terrible in every way. I mean, he couldn't wrestle. He looked like shit. He looked like he was scared. Couldn't cut promos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think anybody could say he was like.
Not everyone that's ever just because they were around are great.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for
maybe he's a nice guy.
for comedic appeal and just laughing at for him for the wrong reasons. I mean, yeah,
That doesn't make a good wrestler. But
no, I'm just saying it's
yeah, I thought it was embarrassing.
yeah. It wasn't very good. He I would never classify him as being good. So
Anyway, War Games. I wasn't really into anything. The part of it is I don't watch a show, so I'm not into the feuds or anything. But I didn't think it was particularly good. The match, that women's War Games was just bad. It was pretty rotten. And then the men's one was a little better. The only guy on the new team that's good is Braun Breaker. Those other guys, to me, had nothing at all going for them. Yeah.
See, I've yet to see Braun Breaker, but
He's talented. I mean, he's super green, but he's definitely talented.
Yeah.
I think he's a natural wrestler. He's very good. He also, I like a lot of his moves. He does like the old school power moves, like what the Steiners would do, and actually some stuff Goldberg used to do.
I just feel bad for Triple H because it's like he spent all these years building this thing up, and then Vince is just like, "I'm going to destroy it." Basically,
yeah. I'm sure there's there was he had issues, but I really think that's what brought on the heart problems. Was all the stress from there. You couldn't build, and you would see those pictures where he was clearly very happy and passionate about NXT, and he'd take pictures with the talent, like, hey, this guy signed, and you could see how happy he was on his face, and then to just destroy all that and fire most of the people and stuff. That has to be heartbreaking.
Do you think that was the ultimate pulling the rug out from underneath somebody's feet for Vince?
Probably, yeah. It's really weird to do it to your son-in-law.
You don't care.
This thing came out recently. I think it was on the Freddie Prinze Jr. podcast.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring up.
Where he asked Wade Barrett and Sheamus to cut a promo as his dogs.
I like that the guys thought that. I mean, I don't know what else they were supposed to think, that he thought that they really meant to be like a dog, and like Wade Barrett started growling at Sheamus.
I still don't even know what he meant. What did he mean?
It doesn't make much sense. I mean, why would you cut a promo as a dog? I mean,
yeah, I don't. Is that a term for something else? And I don't know of. I don't get it.
But I like that he started growling at him, and then Vince was like, "No, damn it, not a dog. I mean, like an angry dog." It's like, what are you talking about, old man? But I will say this for the performers. I mean, it's not that hard to pretend like you're a dog. I mean, why didn't he just go right into it? I mean, why can't Wade Barrett just start barking and trying to?
Yeah, but he told him not to be a dog.
Yeah, after that.
Yeah, I still don't know what
they were
he
under
meant.
the impression that he really wanted them to be a dog.
So. Yeah, I still don't know what he meant.
And then he stormed off and canceled class. It's like promo class is canceled.
Do you know what he means?
No, not really. No.
Well, I don't know. He's not all there, I don't think. It's got a little reality be Flair. David Flair wasn't even trained properly. Yeah, that's fine, but he still sucked. And you were there for years. You could have got better, and you didn't. I mean,
what was it with him coming into WWF and like Undertaker just beating the hell out?
Yeah, well, he was in whatever the developmental. I don't know if it was Deep South or OVW, one of them, but he was training there to be a wrestler. But I mean, I don't think he had it in him. I don't think he probably really wanted to do it.
Well, they said like Flair even told him to like go really hard on him or something. Like Ric Flair told him that. But I guess it was for
Flair was mad when his debut there, and Hogan like whipped him with his belt. I think Flair was upset about that.
Yeah, but he just wants to get at Hogan. I think it just depends
I'll be honest,
who's doing it.
I don't really. I would take anything. People talk about Hogan, but I would take anything Ric Flair says with a grain of salt too, because he's always saying stuff. It's funny, since he started his podcast, it anything he says just pops up on all these news sites as some kind of Ric Flair claims blah blah blah.
Honestly, I think Hogan's more honest than Flair is. I mean, I know Hogan lies like crazy. But
yeah.
Like I think
I
Flair is
wouldn't
just
believe
like,
either guy. I think Flair's more devious in his lies.
yeah,
Hogan's
that's what
stuff
I was
is
about to
usually
say.
more fun, like Andre was 700 pounds, like stuff you don't really give a
Or
shit
he's the
about.
bassist for he tried out to be the bassist for Metallica.
Yeah, it's not that
Like,
really doesn't matter.
yeah, it's just like it
Like,
doesn't really matter. Yeah,
and
but
actually adds to the mystique of wrestling, where Flair stuff is almost all real negative stuff that kind of makes wrestling seem even worse than it is.
like Hogan's the big fish of
Yeah,
wrestling, like just harmless little lies. Like,
yeah. Flair's it's always real negative stuff. Everyone's like, I don't know. It's never like unless it's just putting himself over, but usually it's just real negative, like
yeah,
bad stuff or weird stuff, like about having Piper get on all fours and pushing his hemorrhoids back up his ass. And this was like supposed to be like a on that old show that used to be on WWE 24/7 when they were trying to put over Flair. Piper's a legend, and his story was about like shoving his hemorrhoid up his ass. It was really weird. Or was that
yeah.
Dusty?
And I'm not sure who told that story. Was that some? I don't
Might have
know.
been Dusty. Now I think it was Dusty.
Okay,
He would say
Flair
his weird stuff too.
Flair was shoving Dusty's
Or
hemorrhoids back.
maybe it was Dusty said it about they were shoving, or maybe it was even Flair. And I don't know.
Well,
It was
Dusty
a
was
really
all
weird
over that
story
shit.
about shoving someone's hemorrhoid up the back up their ass.
I'm not sure the story you're referring to. Vince Rudo, he says David wanted to be a state trooper, but talked into being a wrestler. So he didn't
Okay,
ever really want to be
but
a
yeah,
wrestler.
he just I think you could tell he doesn't have it. Josh, hey Jack, where do you send in questions if we don't have Facebook? You can either email iwwrestling@gmail.com or post them here in the chat during the show. Put question with like asterisks next to it so it's easier to find.
Or like maybe just wait till we're into that segment.
Yeah, wait because then they'll get lost otherwise. But when we get into the question segment, do this. I'm going to show you in the chat. Put like that, and then type your question. But do it like Intra said when we get to the question segment.
It would be easier because like
that's it. Dustin was shoving Flair's hemorrhoid, and that's what it was. It was real. That was a really bizarre segment.
Yeah,
maybe that's where Flair gets his stuff. He's like, Dusty used to tell these terrible lies. I'll do it too.
Yeah.
The MVC, who do you think the worst second generation wrestler was? Honestly, David's up there. Probably the worst. He's probably the worst that had like an ongoing, because a lot of the bad ones were only there for like, a couple.
Not to talk ill of the dead, but I mean, you were always pretty down on Reed. I mean, I never really watched many of his matches, but
no, actually his live match, his is better than David, I think, but
he's better than David.
Yeah.
Who's a bad second generation wrestler? Oh geez, I'll think of somebody. We've mentioned San Martino's son.
Yeah, David San Martino. There's probably a lot that we're not aware of. Vince Rudo says Garrett Bischoff. I actually kind of I thought if they would have made him a heel, I actually thought he had some personality. I don't think
it's like his dad wasn't a wrestler either, like he's kind of like the first. I don't know. That's kind of cheating in a way because it's like
I actually thought he was better than David Flair. I wouldn't say he's great or nothing, but I remember he had like this charisma where I think he would have made a really good douchey heel.
The MVC in the chat room says Eric Watts.
Eric Watts' first run was really bad. I thought he was a little better later on, but I wouldn't say he was good though.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Would you say Bill was even a good wrestler?
That's before my day, so I don't know. I only saw him when he was old. I mean, he's considered. I think he was over.
I think like his mentality for wrestling was like almost like nearly doing it, like actually punching people almost. Like from what I hear, I think he was really stiff, or from the way he would teach people, because he would actually choke people whenever.
Lexart says the Flair Dusty hemorrhage storyline is from WCW before they were purchased by WB. No, it's not. It was he said this on the when it was WWE 24/7s and they used to have the Legend show. when it was like they would sit around. It was one of my favorite things on there and sit around. And I think it was a story from the 70s. Scott Putski, no, I wouldn't even. He's not great, but I would definitely not put him on the worst.
Yeah. Jeez. There's got to be another one out there that's been really bad. For the most part, they are good. That's why I think we're having trouble thinking of people. But the David one is shocking because, like, you would have figured you would have been great, you know?
Yeah, I think to me, Scott Putski was just kind of like an average wrestler at the time. Like, he wasn't particularly good, but I mean, he looked good and stuff. Like, he's whatever.
I haven't really seen a whole lot of his stuff, but maybe, I don't know. Can you say Colby Carino?
Yeah, I've not seen him, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've only seen a little bit of his stuff.
Oh,
so I
here,
don't really know.
This is Vince. Vince has one here. Chris Von Erich. Yeah.
Hey, now that's my doppelganger.
I know, but
come on.
Those, that's got that might take I hate to say anything, but yeah.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that. That's not better than Dave Flair. I mean, it's pretty close, but I don't know if it's better. I mean, a lot of Von Erichs really weren't that great of wrestlers. Maybe David and
David
Terry. I mean, Texas Tornado went far, but I mean,
they were wrestler. David, Carey, and Kevin.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be one that just totally shit the bed recently, I'm sure.
Some will say Greg, but I don't think I actually thought he was a good wrestler. People look at it a little differently now because his physique was like poor, but for the time, like it wasn't a big deal. It's just that was the really when the giant physiques were taken off in WWF. And he wasn't the star that, his dad was. But
a lot of people probably want to remember, but like Wahoo's kid was just wrestling at one of the fan fests that we're at, but or probably even seen the match, but he wasn't so hot.
Yeah.
I think Steve Carino took him on because that was when Abdullah was supposed to be there. Maybe that was just put together at the last minute and he really wasn't ready because like Abdullah was supposed to be there to fight Steve and Abdullah went.
Yeah, I put for me, it's going to be hard to find anyone worse than Chris Von Erich and David Flair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I already mentioned Bruno's kid, David San Martino. He wasn't very good.
Yeah.
I still don't think he was as bad as Chris or David Flair.
Yeah.
I was just comparatively, but then you're comparing to Ric Flair. So, but the thing with being second generation, I think it helps you get in, but then you also, in a lot of ways, you have to really be even better than the average wrestler because you're always compared to the parent.
I think we have to wait, but because this guy is very green still, but Brock Anderson,
it's too early to say. It's like literally like his first match we saw.
Yeah. That's why it's like, why should that be on television? Like, don't put that on.
That was part of a story anyway. It wasn't just he was out there having a match.
Uh-huh.
Will we ever more of Tony's son, or was that the end of it?
Hopefully that is the end of it. Poor Arn though, he took a tumble on Dynamite.
No, he just fell. Then Jose just helped him up and then started beating him. Like, I don't know what you do. It's like,
I want to know.
Not help the man. He's like this older guy and a legend. Like, could you not help? But
I mean, it was a scary spot where he fell because like it was between the stage. I mean, he could potentially just started getting stuck. I mean, because basically it was just his own weights holding him up.
I wouldn't blame Jose on that one because someone in the back should say, get the camera off this. I mean, to me, that was just an accident. I wouldn't really put the blame on anybody on that one.
Yeah.
It's just an unfortunate accident.
Poor Arn, he did that one spot where he got up on the side of the ring
Yeah, I
apron. He
know.
was stumbling a little bit. You're like, oh, but he's still good. And he's still, oh, he went off.
Yeah, I'm afraid he's really going to get hurt because
Yeah.
he's an older guy and falling. I mean, you can get, even a young guy can, but an older guy, taking them falls, and he's already got like bad nerve damage and stuff. He's gonna could possibly really hurt himself.
Hey, kudos to him to who was the guy who helped him up? Because
Jose.
Because he's not a light man, I want to think, and like he really put his back into it to get him out of there. And I mean, he got him out. So, and then start beating on him. That was so bizarre, but
yeah,
oh well.
that's unfortunate. But yeah, I still thought it was a really cool spectacle, honestly, the fire. But the stuff on the back, like, it took away from it, and I don't know. I wish they would just not fight the crowd so much, but
Terry Gordy's kid was pretty bad.
yeah, see, to me, that's someone who's like, if you compare him to Terry Gordy, he's clearly bad. But I mean, to me, he was just like this. He was no worse than a lot of guys around that era. Like, he wasn't good, but he wasn't like, he didn't stand out like really poor. He was a guy tagged with Festus.
King Kong Bundy Jr.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think I only seen him on show. Yeah, I don't even know if it was his real biological kid. Does he have any real biological kids?
I don't know.
They called him King Kong Bundy. It was on that one where Jake Roberts was like all messed up, the pay-per-view. It was like a Legends pay-per-view.
I watched that pay-per-view, but I don't even remember King Kong Bundy Jr.
Yeah, there was like a King Kong Bundy Jr. I'm not even sure if it was really.
You should shave the eyebrows and be Butterbean Jr.
Butterbean Jr.
I mean, you could be Bundy Jr.
He's not even a wrestler. Jeez, Butterbean Jr. I heard he had to kick his addiction to porn.
What?
That's what he said. He said he was addicted to porn, I think.
Just like to jack off. Do you think that's a real thing? People are addicted to porn? I don't want to belittle someone's addiction, so what can I say? But
yeah. I don't know. I guess it could be a real thing, but I mean, it's kind of like a bodily function, Like, I mean, it's kind of like you have to, it's kind of like an urge that you have
to jerk off the porn.
Well, not necessarily like that, but like it's kind of just like a normal thing that guys and
I mean, eating is too, and drinking and stuff. But you get it.
I guess if you're spending all day doing it, that's bad.
Man, do you think that's what ended his in-ring boxing? Was he just was too busy, jerking off?
I don't know. We'd have to ask him.
Yeah, what they got him back on? Former guest.
Yeah, he is a former.
You think he'd stay? By the way, I don't want to badmouth the man, but we did cancel the Bagwell interview. I talked to him the next day to set up the actual time, and then I won't say anything bad. He just, he wanted $300, and I was like, oh, we don't pay the guest, and he said, well, he doesn't do interviews for free, and no hard feelings. That's fine. That I get it. That a lot of these people ask, like, oh, why don't you get all these guests on like these other shows? But the thing is, they pay them, and I don't want to pay people $300. I don't think so. We'd have to have a totally different model for the show if you're paying the guests money. We'd have to put them on Patreon or do something to make the money back, and I don't really want to go through all that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible we'd make it. I don't know. I don't really think you would, but maybe you would. I have no idea, but I really don't. I'd rather do the show and have people just be able to watch it and listen to it.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, only a certain number of people can even watch it.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the game's changed a whole lot ever since we started.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, nothing against people, but people know who they are. There's a few out there that get a lot of cool guests, and then they usually will cut up the interviews into segments, and then they'll monetize all those. And all the guys are getting around, from what I understand, $300 or more an interview, which is fine, but it's not really something I want to do.
I do think it changes the game of the interview if you are paying for it, though.
Because I mean, I don't blame Buff. If someone's going to pay me $300 an interview, why am I going to do one for free? And then also at the same time, if I do one, the other people like, well, you did this guy's show for free. Why should I pay you for it? So I get it.
Apparently, King Kong Bundy has a son named David. So I thought that was King Kong Bundy's name too. So he must be David Jr. But I thought that was his real name.
Yeah. MCC, you're doing it for the love of the game, not to get the big house on the hill. Yeah, honestly, that. And I don't really think there's a real big market for shoot interviews anymore.
Yeah.
The only way I think is you'd have to do the Patreon, and then you'd also put up a bunch of clips and monetize them. And I mean, maybe it would work out, but it seems like it would be almost like a full-time thing just doing that.
I mean, we haven't heard much from the kayfabe commentary crew in a while.
No, I don't think. No, they don't do it anymore. He does his own podcast now.
He just does his own podcast.
Yeah, because he couldn't make money anymore on the.
Oh.
That you can't do like a DVD and sell it. Like there's
nobody's going to buy that nowadays.
That note, WWE stopped doing the physical media. They're not doing any more DVDs or Blu-ray. And I saw some people upset about it. But the thing is, like, I can't say nobody, because there's always going to be a few people who actually buy stuff. But if they sold enough to even make a little bit of profit, they would keep doing them. But people don't buy it because they have their own network. So I still don't have the network. I mean, I guess since they got like $1 billion from Peacock, I guess, in the long term, will it work out? I don't know, because, they can't, no one's going to buy pay-per-views anymore. No one's going to buy physical stuff, but are people going to buy physical media anymore?
I mean, it's nice that Peacock is free. That's the only good aspect about it. But I do think the switch has been a negative, because you can't even start the show whenever it's like if you want to start it from the beginning, saying it's already been playing for a little bit. You can't do that anymore. Why can't they figure that out? I mean, why can't they have a start from the beginning feature? I mean, they had it on the network. I don't get it. And especially, I mean, maybe the show starts messing up, or your internet goes out or something. You can't go back. I don't know. It's kind of crappy on Peacock, if you ask me.
Yeah, I only watch the pay-per-view, so. I know. I do know if I ever try to find something, it's really hard to even find stuff on there.
Well, they got several sections, like, where they're, you got to go to the WWE section and all that. But it's kind of a pain in the butt. But I do not like that they don't have a feature where you can start it from the beginning. I probably would have watched War Games if I could have started it from the beginning, but it had already started and I wasn't there, So.
Yeah. It was weird though. I went to watch it and I was a little early, and they literally just played music saying like the show will begin soon. And I thought that was strange, because I thought it's a 24/7 streaming. Don't they have something else playing? Like, even it wasn't even ads. It was just music and like a graphic, like on.
Maybe they don't have the stream anymore where it's 24-hour streaming, because that's how the network was.
Yeah. To go back to the shoot stuff, Ben and Nettleton, I'm not interested in hearing anything from anyone involved after about 2001. I tend to agree with that. Even just doing the show, I, for the most part, didn't really enjoy interviewing later people. For the most part, there was always exceptions, like Larry Sweeney was very fun. And also Again, I like the kayfabe commentary stuff, but almost universal, anyone later was a really bad shoot interview, because they were very, they were very political. And also, it's a different time.
I mean, I know that wrestlers are supposed to be entertaining, but I think a lot of the guys that are like around nowadays, they're really not that charismatic.
Yeah, I
To be
agree.
honest with you, I mean, you would think they would have more of a personality, but they really don't. I
Yeah, like
mean,
if we could get Punk or something like
yeah,
but
that
for
would
the
be
most,
good. But
yeah.
I mean, like,
And there's probably some guys that there's
like
like I said, there's always exceptions, but
that kind of takes me back to like Sheamus and Wade Barrett just standing there when Vince was like act like a dog. I
that's
mean,
really an era of the wrestling that I just when I think I first started stopped being like really into it was when they were pushing all the guys like that. That whole group of guys, Sheamus,
mhm.
Barrett, the Mexican guy,
Like I think if you would
they
have
just
said
weren't
to like
interesting to me.
if Vince would have said that to like like Roddy Piper or something, he'd probably start. Well, I doubt Roddy would, but with his personality, start barking like a dog or something. But
But
like,
then
I
he'd yell
mean,
and say not a dog, so I don't know what he meant.
yeah, it's a bad situation because
Maybe he
nobody
would have
really knew
understood
what
the
he meant.
reference. I don't know. It might be a wrestling thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really not sure either. But Vince canceled the course. He said promo class is over. But I really don't think like even like Tyrus. Like I've seen a lot of this stuff that he does outside of the ring, and it's like this guy's not very entertaining. I know he's trying to be, but it's like he's not that funny, you know. And you're like, this is an entertainer,
Who is it?
Tyrus, Funkasaurus.
Oh yeah, no, I
Like
don't think he's in. No, he's not.
you see him on stuff, and you're like, he's like not even that funny. I mean, sorry,
I remember seeing a clip. I forget who it was. But
I
anyway,
mean,
they were talking about that guy who's doing the woke gimmick and Gacy.
uh,
Oh, it was Anthony from Opie and Anthony, Anthony Cumia.
Anthony
So he
Cumia.
he was talking about this gimmick, but then he was
Mhm.
making fun of how bad the guy was at promos, and I was thinking like, you know, if you're not really into the wrestling like we are, you know what I mean, where you're keeping up with it. So you remember Flair, and he was big into like the '90s stuff. So he's
Mhm.
thinking of The Rock and Austin. And then you'd hear this promo by like a guy in NXT, and it is like so like poor compared to just the delivery,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
because he was into the gimmick, but he thought the delivery was poor. I thought they stopped that guy, but he was on the pay per view. I remember reading all the stuff on our board on our mess that they
Hmm.
canceled that gimmick and they took it off the show, but he's on there doing it.
Maybe that he's going to be pay-per-view only.
I don't know. I
Maybe
did
they're too
actually think
scared
this
to.
was kind of cute. It was funny because I heard Meltzer talk about they want to do this all inclusive weight belt. And I was like, God, does that sound stupid? But he didn't explain that it was part of a gimmick. Like, because this guy's all woke and stuff. And so he's like, the cruiserweight belt shouldn't be like, it shouldn't shame you for being fat or whatever. So he challenged for it and wanted to make it the all inclusive weight title.
Mhm.
I actually did think that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's.
But he's not very good. And he looks like, I mean, I'm a Kevin Owens fan. He looks like Kevin Owens, where he's just kind of like this fat guy that looks just like a normal guy, which is fine. But he doesn't have the charisma that Kevin Owens does, and he's
Yeah.
not like great in the ring. So it's just this normal looking kind of fat dude. And I'm just like, I don't really get the appeal here.
Hey, Kevin's definitely a newer guy that I would say is an exception. I think he's
Yeah.
pretty
Because I'm
entertaining.
I'm fine with some. I'm not a guy that's obsessed with someone having a great build and stuff, but they have to be like charismatic and something about them you
Hmm.
want to watch. But this is just this normal looking dude who's not very good. I don't
Yeah.
really get the appeal of him. Besides the
Jonathan
gimmick itself, it's funny.
Jonathan Jackson here in the chat room. He says maybe when Terry Funk called Dusty an egg sucking dog, he didn't really mean a real dog.
Oh, you call up the funker and find out.
Have you ever seen like a dog like suck on an egg? Like,
No, it'd be weird, wouldn't it? He'd probably just
man,
rip it
I
apart.
don't think a dog would really even want an egg. I don't think.
No.
Hmm. So I don't get that at all. So Terry Funk's confusing me with that one. Maybe we should have him back on and ask.
I'd love to get Funk on. I know there's
But,
rumors that he's not doing so well, but he seemed really good on the Dark Side of the Ring.
mm-hmm.
I had a busy day today, Incher.
You did?
I did. I had a doctor's appointment. Then I did a Without Your Head, and now we're doing In Your Head.
Boy, you have had a busy day.
But so I had blood work, and it was all great.
Mm-hmm.
Going on 3 years now. Diabetes 2 free,
Mm-hmm.
and then today my physical was great, and the doctor was confused that it was down like. Because when you're diabetic, you're supposed to have all your eyes checked and your feet and all these things to make sure. And she's like, "Well, why do we are always supposed to?" Because I've only had her for the last 2 years. Why are these always here? Because like you're not even pre-diabetic. And I was like, well, years ago, but anyway, she's very impressed that I reversed it, which is a little some people think once you have it, you have it forever, but it's not true. You can actually reverse it and get rid of it and not have anymore. So anyway, everything's great. And I even don't need to monitor my blood pressure anymore. So blood pressure has been great for a while. So it's all looking good.
Great. Really happy. Congratulations. Did you have to turn your head and call?
No, but by the new rules, it used to be 50 years old. You have to get the check for colon cancer, but now it's 45. So she gave me the choice. I could either go and get a colonoscopy, or I could do the mail-in version where you mail in your poop. And I was like, I think I'll mail in my poop. So they gave me a little box. I got to mail in some poop. Sounds better though than someone sticking stuff up your ass.
How are you gonna like extract your poop?
I think you poop and then you get like a spoon and take it out and put it in this box.
You can't use that spoon again.
Oh, I'll send it to you.
No,
Here, just my lucky spoon.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody would want that. But if they probably do want this plastic fork that I signed right here. It's a keepsake. You can pass it down throughout the generations and be like, this is OIB's fork. And if you want that, what am I down to now? I think I'm down to $37. You got to super chat that.
Whoa, shit.
$37. Bam. So it's not a poop spoon, but
no, I'd auction this off, but it was a gift from Mitten, so I probably shouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. But $12 tonight only. You can get the exclusive video from me. I'll say whatever you want me to say. Happy birthday to a loved one. I'll attack a hated rival of yours. I'll put over your business, your website, whatever it is. Some people call it cameo, whatever that bullshit is, but this is Jackie Jonesio. $12. Boom. Video personalized to you. You can do whatever you want. If you keep it in your private, you can put it up on YouTube, whatever you want to do with it. $12. Boo!
So if I paid you $12 here in the chat room right now and say you gotta like say I'm the best on the show and just really put me over. You won't lie?
No, I'm the most honest man in all podcasts.
Oh my goodness. Brian Owings here in the chat room. He says Braun Breaker is Scott Steiner.
Honestly, I think he looks more like Rick.
Yeah.
I know he's Rick's son, but yeah.
Yeah. That would make sense that he looks more like Rick. I mean,
yeah. Also, though, one other thing about my physical today, I apparently have shrunk. So I don't know if buzz in my head took off like an inch, or I lost weight in the soles of my feet. But I'm shorter.
Different shoes, maybe?
Well, I had to take my shoes off. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they ever did that before. But I took my shoes off for the.
Maybe you had shoes on before.
Maybe. I think it was off though. It seemed incredibly short. I think. Actually, almost over 2 inches shorter. Seems a little.
They're
weird.
Spreading lies at that doctor's office.
Yeah. Said on there, it says 5 foot 2.99 inches, which I don't know why they had to put like 2 decimal point. Maybe they felt bad, like, man, we don't want to quite say he's 5'3", so he's 5 feet 2.99 inches. That seems I don't know about that.
What if I went into the doctor's office with like lifts on and like refused to take them off? Like, no, this is my real height. Why would I
say that you identify as a tall man?
Exactly. Or like come in stilts. I'm not short.
My friend Robin, she's 4'10.5". She said, I'm catching shortness from her. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know. All right, interest. So anything I don't remember what else had up happening on Dynamite. I always enjoy Dynamite, but
Dynamite, yeah, it was good. I'm just gonna say though, last week I said it here on the show, and I think we know where MJF comes to get his promo.
I know, I thought the same thing, yeah.
I mean, I was saying how CM Punk seems like he's trying to get with Adam Cole's girl. I mean, he's always mentioning Britt Baker in all his promos. So there you go. I don't know if he listens to the show or not, but it really seems strange that he said that in his promo.
Yeah, because I don't think anyone else brought this up.
No, that was like a thing I conjured up in my own brain while I was watching the show. I was like, man, Punk is really putting over Britt Baker in like all of his promos. So, and then I thought, he must be up to something. Apparently, MJF thought the same thing, or he was watching the show.
I thought Danielson versus
watching us, or maybe on the YouTube.
They have they're really doing well on the Spotify, by the way. Thanks, everyone. So, if I know you're watching this, well, you might be watching wherever, but subscribe on Spotify, iTunes, here on YouTube, and give us a rating on all those. It helps, and leave some comments. We'll read them on the show. It was Danielson versus Allen, 5 Angels. I actually thought that was good. And I really like Danielson's heel turn. I think it's great.
Yeah, his whole bits where he's going around and he's beating up everybody in the Dark Order until he gets to Hangman Page.
Yeah, I think they should have done this in a little different order. I think probably like Allen 5 Angels should have been number 1. I don't think Evil Uno should have been the first guy because he was like the leader for a while.
Yeah.
Or Punk. I mean, well, I guess they want to do it in their hometown. With Cole Cabana was in Chicago. So I guess
John Silver's tomorrow, actually. So
that should be good because Silver is good. To me, Silver was super over for a while, and he's still over, but he's a little too cornball for me.
Yeah, he could tone that down some. Which that's kind of how Daniel's treating him, that he's a cornball joke. So
yeah,
that's their storyline going into the match.
But I do want to say this. I've been lenient on the Punk wrestling guys clearly blow him and having competitive matches. This week it was too far though. This Lee Moriarty, I don't even know who he is. I know he's been on, but this guy this should have just been, I don't want to say just the squash. Maybe he doesn't want to squash a guy, but it didn't need to be like a 12, 15-minute match.
Yeah. No.
It's too much.
And it felt kind of strange that Wardlow was like backing CM Punk off of MJF.
No, I think that's perfect because that's his bodyguard.
But I mean, he hasn't had like the best showings on Dynamite.
I actually really liked his match last week when he powerbombed the guy. I think that's a perfect use of Wardlow, actually.
I mean, that's what they should be doing with him, but he's kind of been getting jobbed out. But I mean, maybe they're
lately they've been having him squash people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that they're kind of rebuilding him. Like before, he's lost a bunch of matches.
But I think they've been doing a good job with that right now, and that's really what they should do with Wardlow and MJF.
Yeah.
So I assume then it'll be sort of like Danielson going through the Dark Order to get to Hangman. They should have Punk, go through the Pinnacle to get to MJF. At least then he'd have matches with guys too that were part of a storyline, as opposed to just random people. You know what I mean? Because I think you'd have a good match with the chairman.
Yeah.
You'd have a good match
Shawn
with
Spears.
both the FTR guys,
Mhm.
and then Wardlow right before MJF. That would work. But I think they're not going to do those Owen. I think they're just going to do MJF. And then
I did think Shawn Spears did a good job of selling how Wardlow, beat up the guy and all that.
Yeah.
And
I like Shawn Spears. He gets some hate, but I like him. I mean, he's not like a top guy, but not everyone has to be. I think he's a good, the guy right under the top guy in the group.
Jonathan Jackson here in the chat room, he says, of course, MJF listens to the show. He'd be a damn fool not to. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Vince Rudo, he says the Braun Breaker name was Rick's son's idea.
Yeah, according to him, but a lot of time these NXT guys, or not even just NXT, they claim this stuff. Like they took credit. Bit like he said the Bearcat thing was his idea, but then he gets fired and said it wasn't. And someone else did the same thing. So
you think Vince was like, just say it's your idea?
Yeah, it's like a hostage video. Like, oh yes,
Stockholm
I'm very happy with this. But and the thing is, let's say it is his idea. There's this thing lately on the internet that if it's the wrestler's idea, it has to be awesome. Like the Nikki Ash stuff sucks, and people are like, yeah, but it's her idea, and I'm like, I don't give a shit whose idea it is. It's bad, but they will not take that. And I guess this is, if it's Braun's idea, it has to be great. But I read what he said. He said they asked, like, I like to break stuff, so I'd be the breaker. And I'm just like, oh Lord, like it sounded like something like some little kid would say.
I like to break stuff. That would make me the breaker.
There was another thing on the NXT show where somebody, I forget who it was, one of the new guys, and said like they were going to be the sports entertainer of 2022. And I was like, come on, like you can't. I know we're beating a dead horse here, but you can't use that term on the show. It sounds ludicrous. Like, no, that would never. If this was like, I get if they want to call that their genre outside of wrestling, but the wrestlers can't refer to themselves as sports entertainers, and they can't call it sports entertainment on the show.
They are in the world where they are supposed to be competing at that point,
right? It would be like if you're watching a show about firemen, and the guy like, I am a TV sports hero, and you're like, what? Well, isn't he a fireman on the show? Well, but technically he is an action hero of the television. It's like, yeah, but not within the show.
Yeah, you can't do that, guys.
And it's World Wrestling Entertainment, and their biggest show is WrestleMania. Just no matter what you do, people know it's wrestling. They're not going to like all of a sudden like, this isn't wrestling. This is, no one says it but the people in WWE. Everyone else thinks you sound like an idiot.
It's a morbid thought, but I can't deny that I haven't had it. But I think how much differently WWE will be when Vince McMahon is gone. But I also thought to myself, it's really messed up that I want like somebody to pass away.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Jim Cornette thing. Like, you hate Vince Russo's like wrestling booking so much you want to like piss on his grave.
Yeah, so it's like I was like, it's really messed up that I want another human being to be like gone. So like the wrestling will be different. But I mean, it is
some
like,
must die so others can live.
It is direct response from their being.
How about this? Let's say this. Vince, you're an old man. You don't have, no one lives forever. Why not enjoy the twilight of your years? Yeah. You and Linda go and settle down, go back to Ireland or wherever you like and live out your dreams. You've got all the money in the world. Forget all the stress of wrestling. Just leave it to Triple H
or whoever. That sounds like hell to him, probably. Probably leaving the WWE and trying to enjoy himself. But like, it would be nice if you would retire. I mean, I mean,
Yeah,
every promoter who carries on to the later stages,
oh yeah.
they're all out of touch.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what happened to AWA. Vern Gagne was out of
Mhm.
touch. He's old, I mean, only stands to reason. If you're in your 70s or 80s or however old he is, you don't know what people of today are into,
No,
and
I
stuff
mean,
that you were into like 30 years ago is not going to appeal to people today.
I know Vince tries to like put on stuff that he thinks is like relevant to the kids, but it always feels so forced. It always feels like, oh, geez.
Think about this. When he took over from his dad, he completely changed it because he knew that was old time wrestling. He was a young man. He had to make it modern, hip, whatever you want to say. And, he went with, he didn't go with Bob Backlund and those guys. He went with Hulk Hogan and people. And I mean, that's what you need today. You need something completely different.
Mighty Lexari says WWE hates wrestling. Even Jim Cornette says that WWE isn't wrestling.
No, he never says that. Because he never says WWE isn't wrestling. He says it is wrestling. It's just that it's stupid to call it sports entertainment.
Vince Rudo is making the claims here in the chat room. If Vince dies, call the cops and tell them Incher did it.
Man, you think he's gonna see? Well, he. Do you think he just has a great memory, or do you think he catalogs all the things that said that Mike, like, man, I should catalog this in case something comes up? Incher said this.
I would just love to see the detective's reaction whenever you call him and said Incher did it, and he's like, yeah, sir, yeah, just click.
You think I'm going to turn you in?
No, the detective, like whenever they call the police station,
right?
I don't know. Somebody, I'm thinking Vince Rudo is going to like have him on speed dial for when Vince croaks.
Could be. I got my vaccine. I got my flu shot today.
Oh, you didn't have the booster yet?
No, I'm gonna have the booster. They told me probably get it in 7 to 10 days after getting the flu shot.
Okay. Yeah, I had my booster already. Got a little
Don Brown, Brian Daniels, such a good heel discuss. We already did. Jobs, you're late to the party, boy.
Mm-hmm. He is very good in his role as a heel.
Best. It's awesome. You could tell he's having a good time with it. It's not over the top heel. And he's kind of an asshole. I love it.
It's very reminiscent to a lot of his stuff he was doing in Ring of Honor, if you ask me. It's very similar to some of his stuff.
He's out wrestling people. I love it. It's great.
You think he can outwork Christian?
Fuck Christian. The wrestler. You have to be careful nowadays. If I said that on Facebook and I was banned for a while because they said it was hate speech against religion. I was like,
did you even say Christian Cage?
Yeah. And then I tried to. Then I fought it and explained, and immediately, not even like as soon as I hit enter, it says we've reviewed this and it stands. And it's like no one reviewed it. No one could review that in like in a millisecond.
It's like you just submitted a report and they just swatted it up and put it in the trash, and it's like it still stands. But yes, Brian Danielson, love him as a heel right now. He's doing great stuff.
Vince says if I was a snitch, you would both have been canceled a long time ago.
What?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever said anything that's, outrageous.
Oh, I know I have. I know that's just impossible. Impossible.
All right.
I think like where we're at right now, it's like kind of impossible to cancel us.
Yeah, I mean, what would be canceled from? I mean, I guess we could be off like platforms, but honestly, a lot of that stuff is over. I mean, there's real examples, but there's also a lot of exaggerations and overuse of the term canceling when it's not really anyone, when they haven't actually been canceled. There's some people saying, oh, this sucks or whatever.
Yeah.
But I did see, actually, I looked into tickets. I didn't, Louis C.K.'s playing in Boston. I was actually going to get tickets, but it was sold out. Speaking of someone that actually is canceled. But is he canceled when he's playing he's having events.
Tyler S here in the chat room. He's taking up for Christian. He says Christian rules.
Fuck
Shout out to
him.
the peeps.
I like Tyler S, but he really does have some. His taste is in the shitter because like he thinks Punk sucks and Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, but he thinks Christian's like the greatest.
Well, Job's leg has been broken for 5 years. We've established this in the chat room.
Yeah. I always, do you think is it just not healing, or do you just keep going over there and hit and re-breaking them?
Me, myself?
Yeah. Maybe Braun Breaker. He's like, I'll break stuff.
I like breaking stuff. I should be Braun Breaker.
I hope that's how they get everyone's.
Does he really like breaking stuff? Like whenever he like drops his phone, he looks down and he just smiles. He's like, "Yeah, I fucking broke my phone."
Like, what do you like? I mean, if you're my nose, you're gonna be Paul Picker.
Or like if he's like trying to make a hamburger and he gets the pickles out and he drops the jar of pickles and it just shatters all over the floor. He's like, yeah.
Well, to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs.
Oh, I like breaking those eggs.
Although I made an omelet today and didn't break any eggs because I use prepackaged egg whites, but I guess some eggs were broken at some point in time. All right. Incher, should we take some Zooms? I see the Bootler's on here. He's dying to give us the Raw report.
He wants to give us the Raw report.
I'm going to talk about Raw.
I was surprised to see that FTR, before we get into the Raw report.
Okay.
FTR kept the belts from AAA, the tag belts. I was surprised that, and they even had an event where they wrestled at AAA in Mexico, and they kept them there too. So they're keeping those belts, man. They ain't giving them up.
I would have worked out well with Kenny Omega.
Huh?
It worked out well with them for Kenny Omega.
Oh, yeah. You think they would be a little leery about letting the Americans keep the belts after Kenny Omega just vacated the title? That's pretty bad. I mean, I know the man was in bad shape, but
so I have a rule for tonight.
They could have done something on like Dynamite before, or like maybe the very next night or something. Like after he lost the belt, like just got rid of the belt somehow. Like Penta comes out and just beats him real quick, or something. But okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Everyone who zooms in tonight, you're gonna have to give us your wrestling name inspired by the Braun Breaker thing. So the idea is you have to pick something you like to do, and that would be your name in wrestling. So like Tazo, if he was going to be a wrestler, he's like, well, what are you into? And he's like, I really like smoking crack. So he's like, Sammy Smoker or something. So that's the idea. All right. So we'll find out everyone, and we'll get ours by the end of the show, maybe. You ready to zoom?
Let's zoom them.
You want to zoom in, bitches? Now is the time. Zoom in, talking to in your head. Zoom in. That is what I said. Zoom in, talking about the wrestling. Zoom in,
Bootler is joining
with the Raw report.
Steven, it's good to see you tonight.
Will we have a retort?
Now he's unmuted.
Raw report.
I think I'm unmuted here.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
So before you get to the Raw report, Steven, they come to you like this guy over here. He likes to break stuff, so he's Braun Breaker. What do you like to do, Steven? What is your name going to be here in the NXT 2.0?
He's Stevie Raw Reporter.
Man.
Sorry, I had to say it.
Robbie Raw Reporter. That worked.
Oh, geez. Well, I guess I wish there was like a world traveler gimmick,
Oh man,
Um,
that works.
Traveler Stevie.
Yeah, Travis the Traveler.
Hmm.
hey, there you go.
All
Yeah.
right, Traveler Travis, what? Give us the Raw report.
Well, well, before I give the Raw report, I'll give you an update. I
Update.
I got my third shot
Good
Oh
man.
yeah.
since last week. Yeah.
Gotta
Feeling
love those
good?
needles.
So
Gotta love the needles.
so I'm all
Incher's
fully
doing the
vaccinated.
heroin.
No, we're just going to have to get used to it, I guess. Because it doesn't seem like this shit's going anywhere.
No, too many
But-
variants. Everybody's getting sick.
So you're feeling sick right now from the shot? I know
Actually, I've had no reaction at all from the first.
Yeah, I
shot,
haven't.
second
I didn't
shot,
either from either of
shot.
my two, or I've never had a reaction from the flu shot or anything.
No.
Hmm. I've had reactions.
Mm. And apparently the Twitter police didn't like my comment about Sonya Deville smacking Naomi trying to get back at her.
Mm-hmm.
So
What
I had to
happened?
delete
Did they
my
ban you?
I had to delete my bad post just to get just to,
Well,
What
what'd you
was it?
say?
What did you say? You're like, slap that bitch.
actually, yeah, kind of like that.
Oh,
I didn't like
geez,
Oh,
I
that.
wouldn't think that's that
goodness.
bad. Man, Incher would be struck from the world.
I'd want it the other way around, where Naomi's smacking Sonya Deville. I just get tired of Sonya Deville.
That's what I posted, because if you
Oh.
remember, if you saw that Naomi was gonna do just that, and then she
Mm-hmm.
pulled up, and I thought, no, you should have just smacked that. And while they said no, that violated.
Wow.
Well, she just got smacked by her. Why can't she retaliate? I mean,
Yeah.
Facebook doesn't see it that way, though, I guess. Or Twitter. Or
Twitter.
whatever. Twitter.
Twitter.
Tweet.
Tweet
I just
out
deleted
the
the post
tweet.
and-
How many tweets could a tweet if a twit could tweet tweets?
And
Ooh.
about NXT, about specifically those two War Games matches, things are going bad when the first thing they do is they bring in all that junk. I thought that ruined the War Games matches, when they're just bringing in garbage cans and garbage can lids and
Yeah, I mean they just weren't good anyway.
no, like
They
trying to
used
imagine
to have
this.
some. Remember how great some of these war games were in the last few years.
I'm just trying to think, trying to imagine if you had like the Horsemen doing a War Games match, and Ric Flair is about to go into the cage, and he looks over at JJ Dillon, he says, get me some garbage cans and some lids and some kendo sticks and some, it's like, no, they just went in there and they just beat the crap out of their opponent.
Because the ring itself is the weapon.
Yeah, just throw people into the cage and but no, for the men and the women, for both matches, they just put garbage into the ring. It's like, anyway, that was my big beef about those two matches, was all that stuff. I really didn't like it either.
No, it wasn't a good show.
So we got Mighty Lexar. He's here. He has joined the program. It's always good to see the Mighty Lexar. Do you have an idea of the thing that you like?
Vinny the viewer. He's watching The View.
But my name's not Vinny.
I know, but it's not Braun either. So
Do you have one that you came up with, Lexar?
Luxor.
yeah, but I'm saying you got to tie it into the breaker thing. So
Mhm.
Lexar or what?
Lexaring. All right, that works.
Well,
Lexar the Lexarer.
Yeah.
Travis the Thruster. Or I don't know, something with like, I don't know.
How about
Sorry.
Danny Dryhumper?
Danny Dryhumper?
Yeah. That works. You like that one, Incher?
I guess it works. I like that the CBS Sports sign is made of return.
Yeah!
Look at it. Look at it.
CBS.
Lexar's breaking it out. He's giving the people what we want. We missed you last week.
Yeah, hope
Yeah,
your
my
mom's doing well.
Yeah, she's in. It's kind of like when he had his surgery, but he got his foot bandaged up and all the way up to her leg. But it's not up all the way up to her past. It's just her foot. If you ever see that TLC show, My Feet Are Killing Me, like one of her big toes has landed to the left, and like
really?
some of her toes are like scrunched up. So she had to get it fixed. Like her arch of her foot has to get fixed, along with her toe. So yeah,
This is a good one.
So
Greg Groper, John Brown says for Alexar.
Oh.
Yeah, like he's groping women.
I go strippers now. You think they like that?
Roman Rubber.
Woman rubber. Nice.
I like that one.
Stripper Stanley.
Stanley Stripper.
Stanley Stripper.
Stanley Stripper, huh?
You like going to the strippers, right?
It's like that commercial for Stanley Cleaner, but Stanley Stripper.
Lexar lighter fluid. That's a good one.
Oh, Jesus. That was
Songman's easy. It's like Sigmund Songman or something. Sigmund Singer.
Yeah, that one's not too hard. We can always come up with one for song.
Nikki non-consent. Oh man.
What?
What would Inchers be?
I thought we were gonna wait till the end of the
Okay.
show for
I was gonna throw out Harold Hot Dogs.
Harold Hot Dogs.
Kenny Ketchup.
Or something that he like most like reference to the W.
Yeah. The WV.
Polly Poopy. Polly Pooper.
You made the claim last week. I don't ever bring up you pooping yourself.
I did. I didn't.
You just did.
No, I didn't. Lexar did. Do you not? Are you? You get us confused? We're clearly two different people.
How can
I
you
didn't
make
bring
these
it up?
claims?
Lexar brought up Lexar. Who brought it up right now?
But you were jumping right in there.
You're lying. You're saying I brought up and I didn't.
You're like, I'm jumping right in.
How about Lenny Liar
for
Incher?
Huh?
Lenny Liar for Incher.
Lenny Liar.
Yeah. I was lying.
I don't see how you can make these claims that you never bring it up when there's like several years of audio proof of you doing it.
I didn't bring it up. It's Lexar just brought it up.
Well, just now, but you're quick to jump on it. I see Steven jumping in on it. Steven's like, I'm leaving the man alone.
He just wanted to talk about Raw.
And Songman, I could see it percolating in his head right now. He's
probably got a song written for it.
I can see it. You
have a WV song, a West Virginia W.
Oh, I see the V, because I just want to leave in P, because that's something that I don't want to see, because I just want to go and relax, enjoy in your head, family tree.
In the WV?
In the WV.
Because I took a poopy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Hey, there he goes.
Exactly.
And do the wee wee.
There you go.
Anastasio Theodosis is eating this up. He's got all kinds of name here in the chat room.
Bruce Bowell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Steve Shat.
That's a good one.
Jeffrey Tubin. That's like a
It's
real
some
dude,
kind of
ain't it?
political thing. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
You can tell how well I follow politics when like a reference is brought up and I have no idea what we're talking about.
Raw report. Booyah! Before we get to that, though, I was going to say, just real quick, this reminded me, I wanted to say this because the man, not only did he put us over, but I think he deserves a shout out. My phone's being very slow here. I believe, Luis Felipe Dulanto posted on Facebook, WV's interruptions and a white Christmas edition of In Your Head Wrestling was so funny. I had to listen to it twice. November 30th, 2021 edition. Some of the best stuff all year. If you like wrestling podcasts, look them up. I never thought VHS talk could make me laugh so much. Hashtag I Watch Wrestling, hashtag VHS, hashtag the WV, hashtag White Christmas. Thank you, Luis Felipe Dulanto.
Very nice comments.
All right, now for the Raw report. And I'm sorry for interrupted you.
Well, this week, folks, we had a lot of cage matches, not only on NXT, but and tonight on NXT television.
Now, I would be very disappointed if it was the big blue cage. Was any of these the big blue cage?
No, just your basic fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not disappointed then. Yeah, Raw, whatever.
Anything you maybe let me think here. Bubba BBC Frencher.
What? Bubba BBC?
Yeah, Bubba Big Blue Cage.
Big Blue Cage. I am a big fan of the Big Blue Cage.
Yeah, big BBC lover.
Well, that's not a name at all. BBC lover.
All right, go on.
So Raw kicks off with a cage match. Or actually, it's a return match from last week, only inside the steel cage. Big E versus Kevin Owens. And, well, Kevin Owens won last week. This week, Big E wins by escaping the cage.
That's not a good way to win a cage match. You should have to beat the guy, not run away from a fight.
And if you're going to do the escape the cage thing, you should lock the cage door and have him go over the top.
Uh-oh.
But instead, no, he just walked out the door and won the match.
That Raw.
Man, Lexar, you at the
sideways.
live Raw?
He was sideways at the Raw, but now he's right side up. Damn. Look at that. Look at all that action. Oh. Yeah, you kind of like Booker T, like whenever they're doing like the pre-show things and they have the table set up in that area. Yeah.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Women's tag team match. Queen Zelina and Carmella, your tag team champions, took on the former champions, Nikki ASH and or was that a singles match? Whatever. Anyway, Queen Zelina used the code red to beat Nikki.
Jack is in your head 2.0.
That never works good.
Yeah, mine it's working better than mine. Mine's always just crap. It doesn't do anything. Oh, now you're like Mr. Censored or something.
So who is this? Nikki? Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, Steven, I interrupted you. My apologies.
Yeah.
And Nikki got all depressed because she lost. And even worse is they did the backstage segment where Nikki thought a fan wanted her autograph, but instead he wanted Jerry Lawler's.
What?
Well, they were in Memphis. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Dang. I seen like Jerry Lawler took a picture with some like big like fuzzy thing at like a convention, and the fuzzy thing took his crown and put it on its head.
Whoa.
I'd be pissed if I was Lawler.
Damn. You never trust a big fuzzy thing.
Yeah, some sort of cosplay thing. It may be a character from some series. I have no idea. I don't know what the kids are in nowadays. Did you see Don Callis on Dynamite? Like he just kind of wandered in during the Young Bucks promo. It's like,
Oh, he
what's he
did?
gonna
I don't
do?
think I even noticed.
They just waved at him, and that was his only appearance. It's like,
Weird.
is he going to do anything else in the program now that Kenny's been gone? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Or is he just in standby mode, waiting for Kenny to come back? Oh my! It's the Hamburglar. He's here to burger some of our hamburgers.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Hamburger like is fat though, and Jack has lost a lot of weight.
I don't think the hamburger is fat, is he?
Yes, he is.
I mean, they made him.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Grimace, the purple
Yeah,
one.
Grimace, big.
Grimace is big, yeah.
Yeah.
There's several things that I've heard that Grimace is supposed to be, but I don't know if any of them are right. One's a taste bud. I heard that recently, that Grimace is a taste bud.
I don't think so.
Another one is that Grimace is like a shake, like how you drink a shake and then you grimace. That's like a physical representation of that. But he was a bad guy when he's originally made, you know.
This is like Big Brother, like from 1984.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Intra's favorite. He's like, the CRT!
Look at that CRT Jack's on right now.
That's
His
mine.
eyes are busting out. Like,
That's my gimmick. I had that.
Yeah, Lexar has the CRT television that he's watching.
Mhm.
I've got one over here in the corner, but you can't see it.
Should I get a plasma? Like everybody else does.
It's up to you.
you
I
whatever
think
you want.
plasma's kind of like a thing of the past, though. I think it's LCD nowadays. So it's up to you, Lexi. You can keep your TV how you like it, or it's personal preference. You can have both. Both.
I did the laundry for the very first time last Friday, and
You
when I
never
went to the
did
laundromat,
done laundry before?
What?
Jesus. So you just wear dirty clothes all the time?
oh, my mom washes the clothes when she had her
Yeah.
foot like working and all that stuff when she go
Okay.
walk.
So walk us
So-
through it. How'd you do your laundry?
Shit, I forgot. but at the laundromat, they had like the tubey TVs. There's one plasma and like the rest are like old tube televisions.
I have a plasma TV in my other room, but I mean it looks pretty good. But
Yeah,
I guess
plasma behind
they
you.
don't. This is LCD, I believe. So it's 4K LCD Samsung television. Yeah.
I watch everything on the overhead projector.
Yeah, you could do that, or you can watch everything on your phone.
I used to have an 8mm projector when I was a
John-
kid.
John Brown says this is riveting in the chat room. I think he's wanting Raw report.
Raw report!
Okay, this week, what's his name? Matt Riddle, and continued his impersonations. Um,
Mhm.
he and Randy Orton. Now, at first, I thought they were doing like Vince McMahon from the 1980s. Um, but I think they were really doing Howard Cosell. If anybody of you remembers who Howard Cosell
I know
was.
who Howard Cosell is. This is Howard Cosell.
Yes, they were dressing up in these jackets with the logos on the front, and they introduced. Now I gotta get this name right. An RK Bro Nament.
Oh, brother.
Oh, geez.
They're looking for their next opponents to defend the tag team titles.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so they had an RK Bro Nament. Uh,
I think the pronunciation is okay tournament.
Bronament?
Yeah,
RK Bronament?
yeah,
I
like
think the
tournament.
pronunciation is bullshit.
Anyway, it was yet another rematch. AJ Styles and Omos versus the Street Profits. And I know last week, Jack, you were really questioning my
Sanity.
appreciation of Omos.
Oh God.
Well, this week he acted like a
Oh,
real.
come on. You're not gonna tell me you like this guy.
No, this really sucked this week. You'd be you'd be totally correct if you really criticized Omos. Omos acted like a real dumb.
He sucks. The guy's got no, beyond just being like not good. I can actually even overlook that. But he's got no presence, no charisma. He doesn't come off like important. Like even Gray Collie, as bad as he was, he did have this weird aura about him. He had this weird charisma. And he had he looked like a big giant dude, and he's kind of scary. This guy just he's not intimidating, even though he's the enormous giant man.
Yeah.
He looks scared to be out there.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you should really grow that inch. That looks good.
Anyway, Omos, for some bizarre reason, he's fighting with one of the Street Profits outside the ring. And then he just decides, for no apparent reason, to take a walk, totally ignore the referee's count, and get counted out and lose the match. Just dumb. I thought that was just, one of those things where you just shake your head and think, what the hell did I just watch?
The shit. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'm listening. I'm right here.
Did he say he has to go shit?
No, I'm right here.
That's what he said. Arr, Stevie, carry on with your Raw report.
So Damian Priest had another open challenge, and answering the challenge this week, Bobby Roode. Bobby Roode in a singles match. Actually, I enjoyed this. I think they should do more of this. Damian Priest and Bobby Roode. I enjoyed the match. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I kind of liked it.
I'm looking. I like those guys, so
yeah,
sounds good to me.
Yeah. Anyway, Damian Priest did win with his finisher, but the Reckoning, I guess, is what it's called. It's but I wish they'd do more with Bobby Roode.
I think everyone does. I mean, the guy was like super over once. Is it past the point like you could start doing something with him? I mean, I sometimes think that, but then like they actually a few years ago when they started pushing Dolph again, I actually thought it was working, and then they stopped. So I don't know. Seems like a talented guy. I don't get it. They do. It's not really so much a talent. They have a lot of talented people. It's just how they use them.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, this is what I was grabbing. This is a very rare. It's a sealed up Boodio. Well, not Bootios, but it's the New Day Oh, it is Bootios. New Day Bootios, Santa hat.
Ooh,
I don't think you could get these anymore.
probably not.
So if you super chat tonight, $25 Christmas special, I'll send it out to you.
Why don't you wear it?
Because I'm
It's
trying to
sealed.
give it to a Headyverse member.
And it's brand new in the package.
Yeah.
Brand new.
I don't know why is this so awful to him? I don't know. Jesus.
Beats me.
All right, Steven, go on. That was not interruption. It was just a special announcement.
Okay, Bianca Belair took on Doudrop.
No, God.
Dewdrop.
This is so backwards. I mean, Bianca Belair is the baby face and Doudrop is the heel when I think this should be the opposite. Anyway, Bianca Belair at least tried to do her finisher on Doudrop and, the KOD. Well, Doudrop was just a little bit too heavy for her.
Oh, man.
And so the Doudrop just did the heel thing where she just gave up on the match and walked to the back and got counted out. Anyway, skip over this. This was no good.
I'm shocked.
Edge and Miz TV. Edge came out. They did more verbal back and forth. Okay. RK Bronament number 2. The Mysterios versus the Alpha Academy. Now I was surprised, but it looks like we're gonna get next week. I guess it's next week. Babyface versus Babyface finals because the Mysterios beat the Alpha Academy, and I guess it's going to be all Babyface tag teams. Whoever wins Street Profits versus the Mysterios is going to take on our RK Bro for the tag titles.
John Brown in the chat room here. He says the Undertaker said Omos is the best big man since Andre.
He said, we mentioned this the other week. He said he was the closest thing to Andre that we have today. And it's like so far from reality because Andre, while not really a good, well, I can't say not because he had the psychology of a giant. When I saw him, like what most people probably hear, by the time we saw him, like he was pretty broken down. So physically, like he didn't have the athleticism and stuff, but he had the aura, the charisma, he had the presence of a giant.
Yeah.
People still talk about him today. Even non-wrestling fans know Andre the Giant. Not just from the movie, but even years after he died, the Andre has a posse and stuff. That stuff became a thing. Because people saw him and like he captured their imagination. This guy is not that at all. Maybe he's a nice guy, but he does not have an aura about him. He doesn't seem special. Some of it is also, I don't know if anyone really could be that kind of character today, because if Andre was on TV every week wrestling, I don't think he would have been the same either. But even regardless of that, he still doesn't have it.
We haven't got Jonathan Jackson's name that he would like to call himself.
Jonathan Jackson! Willie White Christmas.
Oh, man. Well, as much as I like that, I also like that they're wrestling. Oh no.
What about Nick Gage? You got anything for Nick Gage? Like
Perry Pizza Cutter. That even sounds like an NXT name, Perry Pizza Cutter.
Yeah, it sounds pretty authentic, really.
You know what? That could work.
Yeah, Kyle Cutter.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get Tazo either, but if you have another one you like better, Jackson, just let us know.
Not really. I mean, I guess going on the lines of Braun Breaker, like, I like to break shit.
I like to cut pizza.
it's not a like, but I don't know. I just love it when it just rips across the crust.
Well, it's better than just eating a whole pizza like this. You pick it up.
But then again, yeah, I could go that way because Brian Breaker was completely bullshit when he said that. So yeah, I just love the sound of the pizza cutter going across that extra cheese.
By the way, Patrick Howell says he remembers Andre the Giant, and he misses Geraldine.
He remembers Miss Geraldine,
yeah.
And I think we all remember Andre the Giant. So
yeah. Tazo,
Is
how
that
about
the
you?
guy that sounds like, hey, you, I'm Andre the Giant.
Exactly.
I'm very big. Hard to crap in wrestling.
I think you're doing Andre from Heart of the Giant.
Hey. What's some of his lines from Heart of the Giant? Heart of the Giant. My name is Andre or Andre
Rusama.
Oh, I can't remember all the lines from that.
That's like that movie looked like maybe the greatest film ever made.
I just remember his girlfriend looking at him saying, "I'm horny." He's like, "Where is this film? For Christ's sake!"
I found the guy on Facebook too, and then he replied to me, and then I never followed up. I gotta get back on that.
We need a copy of Andre the Heart of the Giant. I think we're willing to pay for it at this point.
Hell yeah!
If you have
we'll
a
take
copy,
the Buff Bagwell money, and
exactly. If you have a copy of Andre Heart of the Giant, we will pay you for it.
$5.
I think that guy's trying to make it an NFT.
That's the bounty for it. $5.
I see NFTs are real. Kind of stole my. I know people have done 8-bit wrestlers before, but they kind of took my new 8-bit wrestlers and now they're selling them as NFTs. I don't know. Kind of seemed like they're stealing my deal, even with similar name, but I don't know. Tazo, how about you? We got Braun Breaker, we got Sigmund Singer, we got what's Tazo? What's going to be your new NXT 2.0 name?
I'll be Spiro Smokeolopagus.
All right, Spiro Smoker.
Smokeolopagus.
Smoking the pole.
Oh, it's going to be hell on the merchandise team.
That's a good idea. Actually, maybe I should make In Your Head 2.0 shirts of all these names.
Maybe, yeah. Just like add them to the roster.
Yeah, we'll be making nothing, but we'll put them up there for sale.
I got a catchphrase. Smoke. Hey, hello. I am Smokey Smokolopolis. You don't want this smoke. That's very millennial.
I think that catchphrase is already taken.
Yeah, someone actually does. I'm not even joking. They do actually do that catchphrase.
I'm really behind on the times.
I never even understand what it means. But
you want this smoke? You want this smoke?
The smoke.
If I did design a Tazo pole smoker shirt and put it up for sale, would you be offended or would you buy one?
I'd be very.
Or both. I don't know.
I'd be very offended by it. Plus, you'd have zero chances of selling any of those. Considering I haven't bought anything in a while. But, yeah.
Well, I haven't put any new In Your Head shirts up for a while, but I need to think of some. Smell your. How about like an old school? Like retro is all the cool thing. Like a throwback shirts. It'd be like Swax that ass and smell my cock out in Brooklyn tea.
Smell my caca would be good. I think you need a Songman t-shirt. You need a Lexar t-shirt. You need a.
I did design a Lexar shirt that I never put up for sale.
You need a Stephen John Raven Dark Holmes t-shirt.
John, you think he looks like John Holmes?
Give me that booty hat.
What?
That booty hat. Jonathan Jackson, $25 in the super chat.
Oh, booyah! Jonathan Jackson!
There you go.
Yeah!
Jonathan!
Jonathan!
What I'm talking about.
It is a really sweet hat.
Who's this Jonathan guy?
Your Addy, and I will send it out this week.
I'm Percy's pizza cutter.
Sweet. That's right. Percy Pizza Cutter. Percy. There is no more Percy anymore. What happened to that guy? Wasn't there Percy something?
Percy Pringle. Oh,
no,
you mean
there was a Percy in NXT, wasn't there?
Oh yeah,
Percy
the guy
Watson.
with the glasses. Yeah, he was a commentator for a while, then he just disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just quietly left. Don't know what happened to him.
Who knows?
Man. There wasn't any like bad. There wasn't like nothing like he
No
didn't do
scandal?
anything, no scandals, I don't
I
think.
don't think so. Not that I know of. There's been so many though; it's hard to keep track. So
He might still be in the back like David Otunga. I'm pretty sure he's still there,
Yeah, that's true.
mm-hmm.
just hiding.
Is he really still there, David Otunga? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. They don't want to fire him just so they can tell people that they have like where do you go to
Harvard
college?
lawyer.
Yeah, Harvard
Yeah.
graduate. Here was the shirt I designed of Alexa. What do you guys think? I drew this myself. Pretty
But why not? If he's
pretty amazing graphics, I think.
Damn.
That's awesome. That's very good.
Yeah.
I like
It looks like me sleeping just like Steven does. Only I'm not tilting my head down. I'm just like sleeping on
Yeah.
tilting my head backwards.
Would you buy that incher?
Where do I send my money?
I will get on some in your head shirts. Without your head ones have been selling very good, especially
Probably
a lot of
better
the
than this shirt.
the 8-bit stuff.
Better than this.
I really
shirt.
think that's. I honestly think that's Spec Sun. Doesn't that look like Spec Sun? Do you ever wear that
Oh,
down to like the anywhere?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Down to Walmart.
You should
No.
call in and get a name.
Lexar's doing his pose. Look at him. Look at him. He's doing the pose for you.
That's what most of our listeners look like at this
I was about to
point.
say, I think he just got done touching himself.
Oh my.
That's exactly what I meant. I didn't mean our listeners are sleeping. I mean they're all furiously masturbating.
Getting their audio eargasms.
Exactly. Like, oh damn, it's Raw report time. We gotta get the lube.
Yeah, I'm masturbating right now.
I knew
In
it.
the eye. Finger in the bean.
You used to sit in your room and think about that, Lexar. You're like, you know what that looks like up there?
Well, because of Jack's like sexual
Prowess.
orientation,
Just because I give
yeah,
it this my
exactly.
sexuality. You're just like, yeah, it gets your sign all wet.
Yeah, it's mostly Jack's ideas that I get out of, and I try to make them my own.
There you go. I think that's a good message for all the kids out there.
I don't think it's a message at all, is it?
What? The head of youth. Do you think that's a good term to start using for all our young fans? The head of youth?
No.
I think Tazo digs that one.
No. Of course, Taza would dig that one.
No, not at all. No way.
Got to get them when they're young, the head of youth. All right.
Most
You
of
do
the
wanna
heavyweights are not. Most of
What?
the heavyweights are not young people either. We're old.
What?
Old
Well, that's
as
why we got to get them young so we could build up the next generation of the Headyverse.
wild and young.
We got to get the key demos. You got to call it Meltzer. Get the key demos here.
Everyone's got to come out of the closet or something.
Dude, did you win? I won $50 yesterday, or twice actually yesterday. I was at the casino yesterday
That was a
for
loser.
my brother's birthday. Here I am talking about the key demos.
You were
Wow.
Dave Meltzer.
Look at that
Wow.
fucking idiot.
Wait, that's not nice to say about me.
Hey.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Did he give that picture 5 stars?
he did. I think it actually got 6 stars. It broke the.
No. Wait a minute. It's like a thing that, like, when you give it a picture a star, you got to like really evaluate whether.
So the story behind that is, so is that, what do they call those, at the AEW pay-per-views, they would have the like the fan fest things at the same time. What were they called? Starcast. So that's Starcast. Now the Starcast is at a specific hotel. It's actually not in Chicago. They said it's in Chicago, but it's not in Schaumburg, which is like a nicer, it's like a suburb of Chicago, a lot nicer, less crime. But anyway, that doesn't matter. So it's at this nice hotel in Schaumburg. There's a cheap hotel that literally shares the parking lot with the nice hotel. Most people are staying at the nice hotel, which costs significantly more. Myself, honestly, I wasn't paying for it. My sugar daddy, Chi-Town Matt, was paying for it, but he bought the cheaper hotel, which he was actually, he apologized for. It was just the other one was sold out. I was like, it's totally fine, man. Why spend hundreds of dollars more to stay at a hotel that's literally in the same parking lot? It makes no, as long as you have a shower and a bed, I don't care. But it's still a nice hotel. But I did notice it was mostly, marks like me, but also staying at the budget hotel was 6-star Dynamite Dave Meltzer. So I think he's also a cheapskate. But I don't blame him. But you think Big Bucks Meltzer, he would be staying at the 5-star hotel.
I don't think Dave cares where he's staying. You see where he sleeps?
Fuck the Dave Meltzer.
He's got all kinds of papers just everywhere, and he's like, yeah.
I'm going to give Dave Meltzer a lot of credit for what he's done. And I'm also going to say that Lexar looks a little bit like Dave Meltzer.
Really? I don't really see that.
What?
Maybe Meltzer was from Ecuador or something.
I've never seen Lexar and Meltzer in the same place. So
that's true, actually.
I look like
I've never seen Intra and Butterbean in the same place either.
If you're saying I'm Butterbean, why are you always fucking with me? Because I mean, I just knock you out.
Because I fear no man.
You'd fear Butterbean. He'd knock you right out.
He might knock me out, but I do not fear. This is not even good. And all kidding aside, it's not good not to have
like
fear.
After he knocks you out, would you just like be waking up and be like, "What a knockout, pussy"?
Exactly.
Is that how you knock somebody out? You should have did it quicker. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
What were you saying? We're on the Raw report.
We're on the Raw report. And Jack, your boy T-Bar is back.
What?
Your boy T-Bar took on Finn Balor.
T-Bar.
Finn Balor hit the coup de grace, fell on his ass, beat T-Bar. And finally, we get to the main event. Now, before we get to the main event, I had to call out my friend, my girl, Trish Stratus.
See, there's Incher.
Championship belt.
So Trish, I saw she was gonna come back. Was she on the show?
No, she tweeted something in reference to the main event. I guess she was saying that the first women's main event in Raw history was when she took on Lita. She tweeted something like that.
I thought it was like Stephanie was in the first main event.
And that's what I did. I had to call her out on Twitter. And
Twitter's going to be kicking you off, Steven. They're like, do not bully the women.
But it's not true.
I understand. But truth does not matter in the WWE.
Yeah, that's apparently true. You're right.
They will strike and ask questions later.
So the very first women's main event match in Monday Night Raw was Stephanie McMahon versus Lita. I even watched the match. It's on YouTube. So they're trying to rewrite WWE history by saying no.
Just lying. Lying bitches.
It's because she can bark like a dog.
Checker, Steven.
Did she block you after you pointed that out?
I was never really a big Trish fan, and then I really don't like her after I didn't even ask her to come on. Not that I'm against her coming on, but They contacted me. They're like, will you have Trish? Would you like to do an interview with Trish Stratus to promote her yoga? I was like, yeah, cool. All right. So they send me her yoga video. I watched freaking 2 hours, stupid ass video of her doing yoga. And it was all teases. It was like she's doing, bend over, and the camera would turn right before it shows the ass shot. I'm like, well, at least this boom. Then they would cut away and show the other side. And it's like, fuck this. You don't even see like a good ass shot. So I watch all this bullshit. And then she knows, not even did she say I'm canceling. She totally no-showed the interview. I messaged them, said she didn't show up. And then they kept looking for her, calling her. Then eventually just said, oh, she decided not to do it. Very unprofessional, because if you decide not to do it, you shouldn't have agreed to the first place. If you promise to do something, you should be there. So fuck Trish Stratus. But
What about her kids though?
I have nothing against her. The kids are innocents. I have nothing against her children.
Inter hates Trish's kids.
That's true. I know. That Sogman still remembers that day.
Oh yeah, I know.
Not so much anymore, right?
For everyone out there listening, it's not that I just hate the kids. I really hate the kids.
Al Lube saving that.
No, it's just I felt like saying
you just hate children.
No, I don't. I just
hate it. Yeah, just be honest.
Hal,
yeah, what?
he's in the chat room. He says, "I wish Geraldine would be here."
Who was Geraldine would be here? Where's my Geraldine?
Lexar, pretend like you're Geraldine for Patrick Howell. Could you do that for us?
Lexar messaged me about Geraldine earlier too.
He's pretending to be here. Look at him.
You know what? When you weren't here last week, Lexar, I missed you. I was like, "Where's my boy Lexar?"
Is there a filter in the thing for like Geraldine hair? I don't think there's a filter for it.
I'll get some tattoos for next week.
Pretty unique.
Really?
Yep, just get some tattoos. Lexar, slap on that makeup. I mean,
but I miss the Geraldine too. I miss any of the Headyverse when they're not here. Tazo, Songman, Jonathan Jackson, Stephen Bootler, Lexar, all our family. They're all family to me.
Vic Schiavone.
Oh, Vic, of course. Vic's my boy.
Yep, Vic's out of town this week. He'll be gone this week and next week. So.
Joe,
he's out trying pizza.
Exactly.
Oh,
What would Vic?
And where's this Jonathan Jackson with the pizza cutter? I mean,
exactly.
He cuts pizza so nicely.
What would Vic be? Mario Mafia?
What would Vic be?
Vic the Vaccinator.
Ah,
I like it. That would be a good gimmick. Someone just going around forcibly vaccinating people. Maybe that'll be a death match. They'll have like a bunch of vaccine, it'll be like like they could throw people into like a pit of vaccine.
Like
a bunch of needles filled with the
anti-vax people in it.
Yeah, depending like what part of the country you're in, that could be that they'd be like,
Battling.
no, don't throw him in the vaccine. It'll be filled with the internet.
Battling to get your job back.
Yeah.
Nia Jax and who else didn't want to get the vax? I forget.
I could have like a Bill Gates character. He could be like the heel.
Wrestling Butterbean.
Exactly.
Oh,
what is a butterbean anyway?
They're like it's a bean. It's like just like a white bean, and my mom eats them all the time.
Really?
She like they're just in a can. When she gets them, they're just called butter beans. I don't know how to explain them. They're just like a white bean of some, almost like a lima bean, almost like the same size. But.
I'm a fan of legumes and beans in general. Taz, are you pissed that that they call them chickpeas all the time now, not garbanzo beans anymore?
what? You finally had a show. You're actually talking about wrestling. And now you're going on this serious tangent. Tonight, I thought I would be a little bit like serious, and like.
Are you in a different house every week? Do you just like invade someone's home, kill them, and then like, well, now I can do the show, or maybe not kill them. You might tie them up in the back, because I swear you're in a different house every time we do the show.
That's great. What would happen? What would happen if like
I appreciate though that you would go to the trouble just so you can zoom in.
Yes, you're welcome. What would really happen if the WWE decided, one night to like change things and do something political, like have a vaccine match, for example, and just to just change things a little bit to be, it doesn't have to be political.
Yeah,
but
I think we're so divisive now. I don't think it would work. Like I used to be really a proponent of stuff like that, like do like things that are topical and stuff. But I think today even though like it might be provocative, I think you're gonna immediately turn off half the audience, no matter which way you do it, and then you're gonna get all your the channel upset. You're going to get everyone who buys advertisement on the show upset. So I actually don't think it would work. I used to be for all this stuff. I used to say they did have like a school shooter, like angle. But I used to think that'd be good for John Moxley, but I think these last couple of years, things are, those times are past. You can't do the school shooter wrestler anymore.
That's not that.
No, you can't.
You got to
No
remember,
shame.
this is Vince's brain, so everything is about 10 years too late.
That's true. So what would be good now? Like
He's
a
gonna come
Seinfeld
out.
character or
Yeah.
something?
Or something
Cole
like-
Cabana could come back now as the wrestling Seinfeld. Now is his time.
the comedy. I watched one thing today about on
But
wrestling.
a serious answer though, I do think like as much as like I actually probably would enjoy that. Maybe not to the extremes I said. I don't think you could do it, unfortunately.
Well, I watched a YouTube video of a Matt Riddle match and a thing with Randy Orton, like a little segment, and they did some humor, right, where he put a mustache on and he's imitating Randy Orton, and it's not very funny. It's not.
No, that's the problem with most of the. I have no problem with comedy and wrestling, but it has to be funny.
Yeah,
like
wasn't very
horrible.
funny.
There's nothing worse than really bad comedy.
But funny equals no money.
Yeah, I don't even believe
Cringe.
that either. If they believe that, then how do they explain like The Rock? He was one of the most over guy. Even a lot of Austin stuff. Like they could be serious too, but they did a lot of funny stuff. I also think times are different. You can't like there's foundations you should always go for in wrestling, but I mean some of the older guys who do podcasts, they think everyone who watches are still like people from like the 70s, like these backwoods hillbillies from the 70s, and watch it and think it's all like, real and stuff. And I mean, like the audience isn't there. I don't even know if it's ever there. Maybe in certain parts of the country. But
I'm perplexed by what Gloggo 13 is saying here in the chat room. He butters the bean before flicking it.
I think that goes back to what Alexar wanted to do to the CBS Sports eye.
Oh, I see. I was just confused by Gloggo 13's comment here.
Man, Steven's had enough. He's like, I'm out of here.
He's gone.
Why?
He's going to go wander the streets of Toronto. Oh.
It's full of, no, I want to say cocaine. It's not full of cocaine. It's full of marijuana. I've been to places that have a lot of pot smoke, but nothing like Toronto. As soon as you enter it, like it's just a cloud of pot smoke. And we went to a hotel and the hotel was just full of pot smoke everywhere in the halls, the lobby, the room.
Where did you go?
Does everybody sound like?
I'm not even exaggerating.
Does everybody sound like Seth Rogen? They're just like, oh, how's it going? You want to check into the room?
It was a pretty shitty hotel, I will say that.
Was it downtown? Was it?
I don't know. I've only was there once in my life, so I can't really give you much. I do know I was there with the bearded incher, and the bearded incher is kind of he's a good man, but he's like, if it's not like a really sweet hotel, like you don't want to stay. So he was just like, let's get out of here. So we drove all the way up to Toronto from Buffalo, and then we didn't even stay a night. We drove all the way back to Buffalo.
Let's go back to Buffalo.
So it was like a 4-hour drive, and then we ate like one meal, was in the hotel for about 5 minutes, and then left and drove all the way back to Buffalo.
That's some experience.
Yeah. But we spent a very romantic evening at Niagara Falls together. It was very heterosexual experience.
So let's
there's nothing wrong with two dudes hanging out at Niagara Falls. You know what I'm saying, Tazo?
Guys go hunting together.
Yeah, a few masculine dudes just looking at the falls together.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Calling the ducks.
But he's a good man.
You know, in Central Park, there's like a place where all the gay dudes hang out. Like they go looking for other dudes.
I remember I have a couple experiences like that. That sounds weird. But when I was a very young kid, we used to.
This is not shocking to anyone right now.
We used to drive. And meet go down and visit my great grandparents in Pennsylvania, and all my family is originally from Pennsylvania. So we go and visit the great grandparents. They live very old in the 90s, and then we would drive down to I don't know if it's North Carolina or South Carolina. Anyway, where my uncle, aunt, and cousin lived. And so anyway, one of the times you'd stop at, the rest stops and use the bathroom stuff. And so it was me, my uncle, and my mom. And so we stopped, and my uncle was taking me into the bathroom. And I don't remember this, but I remember being told this story over and over. He took me in there, and there was a group of guys that we were having a circle jerk in the men's bathroom. And then another time we stopped at a rest stop on the way home from the casino to take a nap, and like the police came and knocked on the window.
Doesn't that kill the momentum of the circle jerk, or do they just continue?
I don't know what happened, to be honest. I think we immediately left. But
kind of disturbing.
I was a little child when my uncle was bringing it. It's a good thing I was with my uncle, I guess. It would have been weird. But and the other time we stopped at a rest stop on the way home, and we're parked there taking a nap, and the police came over and were like tapping on the window, and we're like, oh, what are you doing here? But anyway, they told us like this is an area where guys meet and bang each other out in the woods. So,
we
basically told us to leave, even though we were actually using the rest stop for what it was meant for, to take a rest.
Yeah, they were like, you're not banging, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, like, man, these guys just want to fuck each other. What the hell are you doing? Get out of here.
Actually,
really putting a damper on the situation.
Is this the Laura Sullivan segment of the show? Where did this happen? There used to be a dude when I used to work in the Village who really liked fish, and so he would go to
the old TV show with
No, he liked aquarium fish. So he would go to Washington Square Park to the bathrooms, and he would do some dude through a hole or something and get money. And then he would come back to the store, and then he would ask for the fish, but he would really mispronounce the name of the fish. He would use a scientific name and really mess it up. It's kind of funny.
You sure this isn't just like a memory that you had of yourself?
No, he would also buy rocks. You can buy rocks to aquascape your tank, right? And he would buy little rocks, and then he'd disappear for a while and come back.
Hey, how did you know? Did you ask him where he got the money?
No, I think one of the guys.
A big Abe Vigoda fan.
I knew it. You're one of the guys getting done in the hole.
You'd walk around on the other side of the wall, stick it through the hole, and come back out.
Peek through first, make sure everything's safe.
I sent you that. It was rules of how to safely use the glory hole.
That's what this is what I'm talking about.
These are the private messages I have with Tazo off air.
We have high, like 5D chess type of conversations, right?
Right.
Very deep and philosophical, meta, very beyond, after, before, and before. So yeah, man, it's pretty crazy. You don't use any gendered language. You don't go, "Hey man, suck my dick." You go, "Excuse me, they." Is there anybody on the other side of this?
I could go down this route, but I don't want the show to get kicked off Spotify.
Man.
So let's get back to the Raw report.
Raw report. Let's finish the Raw report. Okay, Becky Lynch took on Liv Morgan. Now you notice they've been spending weeks, and I mean weeks, trying to build up Liv Morgan as a credible.
I'm a fan of Liv Morgan. Not only is she hot, which she is, she's very hot, very sexy, but she's also pretty decent in the ring and has charisma. So I like her.
Mm-hmm. So of course they went the heel.
I think the days of just being hot are over. Like I don't think you can just be like a super hot woman and be the total shits. So you have to be at least halfway decent, I think.
And that's why what's her name is gone. Whoever do I can't
right.
Eva Marie.
Eva Marie, yes. She's hot, but she's the shits in the ring, so she's gone.
But they should push Mandy Rose. She's hot.
Past the age limit too, isn't she?
Well, she's the NXT Women's Champion. So
yeah.
You think if that got out to the real world and like people knew that like WWE said like we only hire women that are 23 and under, like there's no way that could fly.
Oh, that would be bad. That would be really bad. Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that's their mandate. They won't hire new women that are over 23.
Mandates.
Seems kind of perverted too. Like, I don't know. Seems kind of like suspicious. Like we only want women under 23.
Pretty bad.
Anyway, they've been spending weeks building up Liv Morgan.
Yeah.
She loses.
Do they sign women to long contracts or something? I'm sorry.
But who cares? Because if you can get fired like a week after you're signed, so what the contract means nothing. It literally means nothing for the talent.
Pretty much.
So, but she lost now, Liv. But did she lose the title match or was it a non-title match?
It was a title match.
Oh, well, yeah. I think you should build someone up even if they're going to lose the title match.
But
I don't have a problem with that.
So the trending thing on Twitter this week or on social media is Angry Liv Girl. So Angry Ms. Girl now has a tag team partner. The future women's tag team champions, Angry Ms. Girl and Angry Liv Girl. Like, my goodness. I actually enjoyed that more than the.
Was this a fan that was mad or just? I don't understand. Was there a fan in the crowd that was pissed or something?
Yes, there was an angry girl.
Let me see if I can find the picture.
You should be able to find it. Angry Liv Girl. Just Google Angry Liv Girl, and you should be able to find it.
Angry Liv Girl.
Yeah.
Sounds like. Sometimes I wonder if this stuff's really happening, and if you're just having like fun with us. But oh yeah, I found her.
Is this real life?
Is this really happening? Give me 1 second. Yeah, she looks pissed.
So this is a new one, eh?
Yeah.
Like when Miz had that early angry girl.
I think whoever Tazo kidnapped, I think they woke up in the other room and he probably went to give him a shot of something. But yeah, she looks like she's with like her dad, Bubba Ray Dudley, maybe. She looks like somebody.
Maybe she's tired of.
I want to say she doesn't look real, like she's a plant, but she probably is real.
Like you think somebody put her in the crowd, maybe?
Yeah, she looks like she's acting, but she probably isn't.
The guy's like, now make the face.
Yeah, he's like, do what I told you.
You want to get on TV, don't you?
So there you have it.
She probably makes stage requirements. They could probably hire her for NXT.
It's
Probably
future
not.
star.
And
Give her a
I
couple
did want to bring
gentlemen,
up something to you, Steven. Like, do you have a feeling ever because you brought it up earlier, like the show War Games was nothing as big, not even for me. I was just interested in the women's match. But
I know Lexar loved it.
do you seriously think the whole roster has sunk because we lost everyone for a big name because Johnny Gargano, we don't know what the story is, but I have a feeling he's just wanting time off because of the boy.
I think he's gone from the company.
Do you think this is anything big anymore? Because I just
Did you say he's getting a divorce?
They're making new stars.
Yeah,
I don't
first
see this
baby.
as big stars being born.
Huh?
Do you see this and a different route?
there's only one big star in NXT and that whole show that is Braun Breaker. I suppose you got your champion in Tommaso Ciampa, but like as far as a star, as you know, someone with star potential goes, other
He's
than Braun
clear.
Breaker,
And once he moves to the main roster, that show's really going to be the shits.
yes, yeah, that's true.
You're going to have just like all these like total bums with super cheesy gimmicks. You're going to have that guy who's a gambler, and you're going to have like the fake, mafia guy, and it's just all that guy. I mean, nothing against the dude, but he not only is that gimmick the shits, he's just like this guy's not going to ever go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think. I mean, like I
he's
just
not even
watched the
impressive
pay-per-views.
looking. Like he looks worse than a lot of guys they got rid of.
You know, I actually watch NXT right before until the show comes on, and then I'll turn it off, and then I'll watch because it's on at 8:00, and I'm watching NXT, and yeah, other than Braun Breaker, all these other people, not really. Yeah, maybe Mandy Rose, maybe just Braun Breaker and Mandy Rose, and that's it.
Honestly, she should just be on the TV, the regular shows. I think. I mean, she's better than. She's I wouldn't say she's as good as like the top women in the ring, but she's as good as better than a lot of the other ones. She's decent wrestler, a lot of charisma, very good looking. I don't know why. I've never understood why they didn't push her more.
Yeah. Do you think that's mainly because Vince and Bruce are now are they the ones running NXT, or they're the ones actually doing the?
I think that's why it's shitty. I think
this is
it's
why
just it's real cheeseball gimmicks like right out of the 80s and like mid 90s, and people that I get the idea of, okay, we don't want NXT to be this home of indie wrestling guys because that's not the wrestling we want on our main shows. So I get it, but who wants to watch a show of guys that are just trainees? It's not good.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know what the sign is yet. I don't know if it's this week or next week, but was that the sign, you think, Steven, when the cage got put on Kyle O'Reilly? Is he gone?
That certainly seems to be the case, that there's going to be a reunion if they sign him, that he's going to join Adam Cole and assuming he could join Adam Cole in AEW, and reunite
Bobby
there.
Fish.
With Bobby Fish is there too. Yeah, Undisputed Era. Well,
I mean,
obviously they're going to call it something else, but
yeah,
they
they don't need that name. They call it whatever they want. I'd be into it.
But yeah,
like
it certainly seems that all these guys like Johnny Gargano, who knows if he's going to resign? Maybe not.
I don't think so, because he posted a thing about it was a great run, and what he wore in that show was like a combination of all different like ring gear that he wore at different takeovers.
Mm-hmm.
Either that, or they're playing up the fact that all these other people left, and it's like this is the end of him, and then it'll be a big swerve and he stays. But I mean, if he does stay, he's never going to be anything besides an NXT star.
Yeah,
it could be a play over. Was that?
No, I was going to say it could be a play over. Takeover's being over too, because
it's
not Takeover anymore.
Yeah, I personally don't get it, because you spend all this time building that up to just throw it away. I don't understand it. It was one of the few things that had like a following. Why not keep? I personally think They should have just had a separate NXT with the trainees, and I wouldn't even televise that. But keep that as the extra developmental. And the NXT show, you built it up that people liked it and it had a following, had a buzz, and just keep that as like an actual third brand that's an actual alternative to the rest of the programming. Then when you sign guys that don't fit what they think should be on Raw and SmackDown, they could be on NXT.
NXT
What's wrong with that? It could be just their show of because there is an audience for that. I mean, that's what a lot of the AEW audience is.
Well, yeah.
And it would be an actual alternative instead of like the fake brand split where it's just to the same show.
I think what really happened was Vince was probably getting sick and tired of people saying, "Oh, Takeover was better than X pay-per-view from WWE." Yeah. So he said, "Oh, I'll show you, motherfucker."
I agree. That's it. And what's strange is that he owns it and they created it. It's
I'll show you, Triple H.
So like, try my own thing that I own. And no, I don't get it, but
it's like cutting your nose off to despite your face.
Despite your son-in-law.
But I know Lexar loved the show. Lexar, what are you loving? You loving this the Italian, the fake mafia guy, the really bad women wrestling?
Oh, he loves the women
wrestling. It seems like Johnny Gargano is staying after all in NXT because he got attacked he got attacked by another wrestler while he's making farewell speeches. All right.
Well, that works as a kind of what I was hinting at, that they could do something like that.
Then I guess he's staying.
I guess, but what's his role? He's just the old guy that puts over the guys on NXT 2.0.
Taking over Scotty Too Hottie.
Yeah, I read that Gargano.
He probably would eventually be like the trainer guy, I guess. What?
I read that Gargano and Ciampa's not really interested in going to the main roster. They just want to stay in NXT.
Yeah, Ciampa said that before, and it made sense when it was a third brand. But if your goal is to stay on the developmental, I mean, that's not a good goal to have. That's doesn't make any sense. Like whatever, but your goal is to just be like a guy on the show for trainees and never go anywhere. That's not a good goal to have.
He's probably
that'd be like my goal is to stay, in OVW or something.
I think he liked it before. I don't know what his opinions are about it now.
Right. I would hope that would have changed now. Before it made sense because this is the alternative brand. That works.
And AEW wasn't really a thing, but
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't imagine that being your goal right now. But what do I know? He's not a lot younger than I thought. I used to think he was like an old man, but he's like 37 or something.
Ooh, Ciampa?
Yeah. He's younger than old man Incher.
I'm old. All my hairs fall out.
Yeah,
can't even climb trees anymore.
Did you guys see the video I posted?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, that's already on your YouTube.
Who said that?
Jujubee. I was like, yeah, I know, but
I
thought it was fun to post on the group.
Yeah.
How many people go and dig up those old YouTube video from 12 years ago? I was going through an old hard drive and it was on there. I was like, oh, this will be fun to post.
Probably like Al or something.
Yeah. Al said that I won't make it through the questions tonight, but I don't see no Al in the chat room.
Yeah, he's a
he taps out. He taps out all the time.
He probably rubbed his bean and now he's going to sleep.
Mm-hmm. So you ain't got Jonathan Jackson power. You ain't got Lexar power. You ain't got Tazo power. You ain't got Songman power.
I've been up.
Certainly don't have Steven power, and you better not say you're leaving right now.
I've been up since 6:30 in the morning. I've got a shot here. It's all bandaged up, a little band-aid. But I'm here. I'm here for all night. Interest here all night. He was just in a fight. He competed in a tough man competition.
Oh, man.
Mhm.
Boom.
Bam.
Tazo, I mean, he was taking care of this family that was, used to own this house, but he's here all night. He broke
What?
in to use a computer owned by this family. He tied him up. He'll probably let him go afterwards, I'm sure. But he went through all that just to be here for In Your Head.
Yes, that's exactly what I did to get on.
Jonathan Jackson went to the North Pole, got himself a Santa cap, cut up Santa Claus, showed him
Cut up
what's
those
up.
reindeer.
Yeah, he's here. Song man, he's sitting here growing a beard as we're talking. Lexar, he's sleeping, but whatever.
See, that's Lexar power right there.
Yeah.
All in the
Goosey
sleep.
with his shirt off.
Oh, hell yeah.
See? Yeah, he's showing the power.
Yeah, nude. Naked.
Hell yeah. Let's all do the naked cast.
Goosey with his shirt off.
No, we don't want to see. We don't want to see those.
You don't want to see him?
Now
Oh,
he's trying to impersonate Jonathan Jackson now.
What's wrong with being
Jonathan
shirtless?
Jackson. I couldn't tell him apart for a minute. Is that Goosey or Jonathan Jackson?
Clearly,
Me
no,
without the mask.
no distinguishing characteristic traits at all.
Nope, they both have glasses.
that was the matter with me. I was just singing a song, Goosey with his shirt off.
While you were rubbing your butter bean.
Yeah.
No, there was no rubber.
Butter.
Butterbean.
Goosey, what's up? So we had this thing tonight. So Braun Breaker said that he likes to break stuff. So that's where he came up with the name Breaker. And so everyone's coming up with their own name. We got Percy Pizza Cutter. What do you like, Goosey? So what would be your NXT name? Something you like, and then bam, you just make up a dumb name.
Well, I always thought like Mike Quackenbush kind of fit Goosey Quack thing, so it had to go something with Quack.
All right.
I can't believe there's if
Quincy Quackenbush.
Yeah.
Quincy Quacker.
Yeah, if you believe that fucking Braun Breaker came up with that name, I have some swampland to sell you because there's just no fucking way.
And if he did do that, I mean, he can't be a very bright man. He's just sitting there. They're like, what do you want to call yourself? He's like, well, I want to break stuff. Why not be the breaker? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's friggin' money.
And we'll shorten my first name from Bronson to Bronson.
It definitely seems like a scene that came from like an 80s movie or something. Like, I like
Yeah, he's like,
break
now I'm going to break it. Yeah.
break 'em, break 'em, break 'em.
Urias tosses her. Ain't no telling. Yeah. I don't know what that was in reference to, but let's throw it out there anyway.
It's a Carol reference.
Yeah, but I don't think it came up. Did we finish the Raw report, Steven? I'm sorry.
Oh yes, I finished the Raw report. So
You're a good
you
man.
can go on. I'm done.
He's done.
Is there anything on your mind, Goosey? The goose is loose.
No, I wasn't able to catch much wrestling this week. Admittedly,
I actually did watch it. I don't know why I watched it afterwards. I know Lexar loved it, but I wouldn't say it's a terrible show. It just seemed like a very nothing happening show, that NXT. By the way,
I was able to catch the women's match.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Although Priscilla Kelly's looking pretty mighty fine these days. But
who's the big tall woman? She's like very bad.
yeah,
And I don't blame her. It's just like she's clearly not, like, she probably had like 2 matches. Like you're watching like a trainee and like a cage match for some reason.
the skateboard chick looks like she's just
That was bad too, because she
green.
came out riding the skateboard and immediately she didn't trip and fall off it, but she fell off the skateboard. And then she just went back and picked it up and carried the skateboard to the ring. I was like, oh God.
Damn.
If you can't ride the skateboard, why have it as your gimmick? It's like the dynamic dudes.
I mean, Johnny Ace is still with the company.
Maybe that could be. Maybe pushing and pulling it with. Like, I know how to impress Johnny Ace. I'll ride to the ring on a skateboard. By the way, Geraldine is at work and cannot join us, but shout out to Geraldine.
Oh, yes.
How
Goose,
about
Goosey Quacking Goose, right? Goosey Quacking Goose, or Mike Goosey Bush. I think
you want a Goose's bush?
Yeah, well, I mean, you want me to stand up, Tasso?
Do the carpets match the drapes?
Oh my.
How about you, Lexa? What's on your mind? I know you look like you're ready to fall asleep. So is there something you wanted to say before you pass out?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm probably thinking about purchasing a few Impact Wrestling VHSs.
Really?
Ooh.
It seems like a wise use of your money.
He's gonna buy some VHSs, Jack.
Slammiversary,
All
maybe.
kidding aside, I think that's cool. I think they look cool if put up, like, if I didn't have already, if this wasn't already full stuff, I think like an Impact VHS tape up there would look neat. I actually have a I don't, it's probably not visible here, but look, I have one right here on my bookshelf.
Damn.
The Rowdy Piper Coliseum home video greatest hits. Now this is, to me, I haven't watched this because this was sent to by Steven. Sorry if I was calling him a nitwit earlier. He's a good man. He sent me this. I didn't watch it, but I think it's a cool collectible to showcase. I do have some upstairs on my old bookshelf. I should bring them down sometime and put up here that I used to watch back in the day. I have like the first 3 or 4 WrestleManias. Anyway, I like the idea.
Anybody watch AEW this week?
Oh yeah, I watch it every week.
Miss anything?
Missed Cody going through a flaming table.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MJF and Punk. That's always good.
Arn Anderson fell off the stage.
Poor Double A.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Is that his new gimmick now? He just falls off of things?
Yeah, I feel bad.
So.
They got to give him one of those things I fall and I can't get up.
He's gonna start showing up in like a body cast every week. Huh?
Yeah, I feel bad.
Or if he had a Glock in his hand while he was falling, he could have been like,
gonna go to, if he goes back to NXT, he's gonna be Freddie falling or something. It's like, I like to fall.
Is that a gimmick or is that
No, he really just falls, and I feel bad. He fell off the ring apron one week, and then this week he just fell off the ramp. It honestly makes me feel bad.
yeah,
I don't want to, because
feel
he's
bad
not
for
in
him.
great shape, so I don't want to see him hurt himself.
You know what I would like, by the way? I would love to see Andrade promos with who he just broke up with.
No.
I would love to hear that.
MJF was saying that was a work though song, man. He was saying that they're not really broken up.
Mm.
Oh,
If he was being serious, I think he was. Who knows with him? You never know.
Yeah.
He said they do it all the time to fool the marks.
To be okay, for a couple things here. First of all, when they were saying like the one unfollowed the other, to me that's not proof of anything. Who knows what they could have just did it just for the hell of it. I don't know. Who cares? But let's say this is their thing. They do it to fool the marks. To what end? Who really gives a shit?
Yeah. And honestly, I don't see it like I don't think the relationship's gonna last. But
no, isn't this her third marriage? Or
it would be her third one, I think.
She's gonna be catching up to her dad.
Woo.
Yeah.
They're riding Splash Mountain. That's what I think having sex with Charlotte should be called, Splash Mountain.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be good. She could start using that in promos.
Yeah. I
You
totally
think
love
ever-
MJF's moment with Punk. That was totally a blast feeling that thing.
Could you do that today? So you have you can't do a Ric Flair style character today. People think it's toxic masculinity, bragging about banging all the women. Could you do it with a woman? So they're going to say this is empowering women. She's just bragging about all the dick she's riding.
I don't think so, Jack. No.
I say do it.
Probably getting frowned upon.
And they don't not do it in a slutty way. She's just a very powerful woman, living her life, just sucking all the dick she likes. And all the young women watching the show be like, yeah, see, I could be proud. I say that's an empowering gimmick for 2022.
I don't know about S and the D, like that's the gimmick. Like she just S's everyone's D that she likes, right? She just likes.
Oh yeah. Well, she might not even like him. She's just using him because she just wants a dick.
Okay, right. Well, okay, that's fine. She has to S in their D's though.
No, it's whatever. She could ride them.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that's why Charlotte got with Andrade just to write his D and then that's
Maybe
it?
he's a good-looking Latino man, which one hit on me once. Jonathan Jackson's favorite story.
Is that like a Kim Kardashian sort of a character? You could
No,
say?
because I think they're kind of seen in a negative light. This you'd put it in a positive light. They're not sluts. You know, whoever this gives in this gimmick, they're just really comfortable with their sexuality and that they really like the dick.
Yeah, Foley could be there. He could be like, no slut shaming.
Exactly.
It's empowering.
Yeah. It's empowering to all the young girls out there not to be ashamed to, you know, suck all the ding dong you like. See, I think I'm a progressive guy here. You gotta wrap your mind around this. All right. Let's get to these questions. Anyone else have a topic they want to bring up before we get to the questions? Jonathan Jackson, Songman, Tazo.
I know there was a tweet recently from a wrestler from AEW, a female wrestler. I forget her first name. Her last name is Cargill. I forget her first name.
Oh, Jade Cargill.
Yeah. So if what happened with that, she said that was it the fans that don't support black female wrestlers?
I'm not really sure where that came from, to be honest, because I think there's a lot of the IWC that love women. There's some that hate women wrestlers, no matter if they're good or bad, and then there's some who honestly love women wrestlers if they're good or bad. I don't think there's a group think on this in the IWC.
She hasn't been around like that long either. She's only been wrestling for a year, hasn't she?
Yeah, and I don't really see a lot of hate for her. I mean, and anything that they say about her to me is warranted. She's just not, she's very green. Her first promo when she first showed up was embarrassingly bad. I think she's actually been more impressive since then, but she's still not like a seasoned wrestler. I honestly think she's got a lot of potential. She's got a great look, athletic. She's, big. She's actually a pretty good talker, has charisma. But I think they did her a disservice having her on TV before she was really like ready.
Yeah.
I think they're using her better now when they have her in quick squashes. I think that's the best use of her right now.
I don't think she just gets the IWC. I mean,
yeah, I agree. I don't think what she said made a lot of sense.
Yeah. Also, she deleted her Twitter account. So.
Oh, she did. I love AEW, but they're kind of they do that a lot. A lot of the AEW guys, they like to, or women wrestlers, they like to delete the Twitter.
Don't delete the Twitter on us.
I should delete it. She's smart for deleting it.
Yeah, but don't make a big statement about it. Just do it. Just if you don't want to be on social media, just don't be on it, I think. Like it's just basic what I just said. Cargill is rough, a lot of potential, looks like $1 million, but she's very awkward at selling and falling. I think it's just inexperience. She's it's like some of the people in NXT. It's like you're watching a trainee wrestle. They've done pretty well at keeping some of those, because there for a while they had a lot of those people on the show, like the caveman guy and the Barbon. What was his name? The Italian guy.
Oh, Camarado or something called.
No, he's the caveman guy.
Cesar Bonini. He's brilliant. Yeah. But he's kind of like, I actually think he's got a weird charisma and he's big, but he was like so like green, like
they just shouldn't be on TV yet.
Yeah.
Keep those guys on dark. They could wrestle, and maybe eventually when they're ready, you could have them on TV. Plus, then you expose them to everybody as these guys that aren't good, and then you just think of them as people aren't good.
Yeah,
Wait till like they're halfway decent, then debut.
they signed way too many green wrestlers, and now they've got a problem.
I don't think that's a problem, honestly, but just don't put them all on TV yet.
Yeah.
Hey, can I
Keep
bring
them
up?
on dark, and then you'll get some that are ready, then have them, and then some don't pan out. They don't pan out.
Can I bring up something else on Reddit? I saw it on Reddit. It's kind of news that Jeff Hardy ran out of a match.
Yeah, I think this is a gift. I think this is a storyline leading to him coming in as what is
the
the
story?
other game with the umbrella guy?
Willow.
Yeah,
Willow.
that's my guess. Because there was talks of him doing this, and then all of a sudden he just disappears during a match.
Think
He
Willow's
ran
gonna
through
start
the
coming
crowd.
out like ooh, twirling his umbrella.
I don't know. I guess I never was into this umbrella thing, but I remember Incher was loving it.
It was kind of a guilty pleasure of mine, the Willow character.
You have to do
I feel
something though. He's
wrong.
been the same guy for like 20 years. That's a big issue in WWE. Him, Sheamus, Randy Orton. Like they're not honestly, there's nothing really wrong with any of those guys. It's just you've seen the same, they've been the same guy for literally 20 years. You get bored of them. Jeff Hardy's been doing the exact same thing now for honestly the 20 years. He looks exactly the same as he's been done for a long time now.
Yeah.
These guys should look at like a Jericho or Undertaker. I mean, these guys like reinvented themselves and would change up their stuff a little bit so they didn't get so boring.
You think that's what Randy Orton's doing now with the jackets and the wig?
I think WWE has this thing. They love silly jackets. I mean, I like them, but I don't know. Like, does it really make a wrestling character just a guy with a silly jacket?
Yeah, that's the Seth Rollins gimmick, but
yeah, now Randy Orton's doing it.
Randy Orton has like a wig on now.
Yeah.
Well, that was just for a few seconds.
Riddle sucks. That guy.
He told Riddle to take it off within so many seconds, or he's gonna RKO him.
Wasn't
I
he
think
actually
Goosey
on a
needs some
skit?
oil so he can be the oily guy, like
Big Dick
Big
Johnson.
Dick Johnson.
Goddamn right.
What are you saying, Songman? Sorry.
And what was that skit we saw earlier on NXT? Did you set that, Steven? Wasn't he on for a little skit?
Oh, I'm not. Was this later? Was this
It was tonight on NXT. I
Oh.
didn't know what that video package was.
Yeah, I probably missed it. I was probably.
I did see they had some videos on the pay-per-view or whatever they call it now, but it was like the Shaman is coming, and there's a couple like vignettes of people coming to the show.
Veer, baby, Veer.
He's coming to Raw.
Xia Li.
Xia Li, yeah, she's coming to SmackDown
Ooh.
this week. She's the Chinese performer, and
I
they had a
felt
bunch of
trouble
like
for that one.
Yeah, they had a bunch of like comic book like things for like for her.
Comic books are big.
Yeah, they already
thought they
changed
were
the
like-
gimmick twice.
I thought like comics are about dead, but like the MCU is like all like the movies are all crazy.
Well, yeah, the movies are huge. You can't get much bigger than that.
Yeah, but like, are people buying comic books anymore? Or is
I
that
think they
kind of-
do, but not. I don't know if they buy the Marvel stuff, but I think they actually buy like other comics.
Really?
Get a subscription now, right?
Yeah.
Just get that's what I've been doing. I don't have one now, but I had the DC subscription for a month or two, which
Mhm.
was $8. And so I read a whole bunch of old DC stuff. And then I
Yeah,
had
people
Marvel.
read like the Japanese. I don't know. I mean, comics are still big. And those
They're
comic
just
cons and
digital
stuff.
now. Are they just digital? Like they send them to you,
Okay.
or you just sign into a website and look at them? Or,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's more
They're
like,
like
a screenshot or
NFTs.
something.
uh,
You just get the whole thing in.
NFTs.
I'm pretty sure you could buy the comic still, but for the subscriptions, it's all digital.
All right. So we're gonna get to these questions. We got a question here. Sent in to iWatchWrestling iwhitewrestling@gmail.com. So in the future, if you're not on social media, if you're not on the Facebook, send in, email us at in your head, iwhitewrestling@gmail.com throughout the week. We'll ask them on the show, or come in during the live show and post them in the chat. So this is from Josh Brumley. Longtime fan. My first show was the first Without Your Head. You, Intra, Troy, and Ron Hex gave your top 10 horror movies. Wow, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got the ghoulie right here. By the way, I did Without Your Head earlier tonight. It's up on Without Your Head. So I did a Without Your Head at 7, then we did In Your Head tonight. It was with Charles Band of Full Moon Features.
Oh, excellent.
My claim to fame in the Headyverse is I lost the Carol Crockett Cup, and Carol was my partner. I have a free merch idea for you that I think will be a hot seller. T-shirt that reads, Intra loves the BBC. I mentioned this earlier. I think it's a money idea. Yeah. Of course, Intra. What else do you think it would need?
I didn't want anybody to get confused with the rack sandwich.
I was thinking you thought British Beer Company on the street here.
No.
I saw Tazo. His eyes are all lit up. All right. Question number 1. The greatest catchphrase by a caller. Was it Andres Uno Dos Adios? Wow, that is a blast from the past. That was a good one. Is it Jimmy Jam's Good? Tazo's If You Could Smell His Cock Out in Brooklyn? Or is it something else?
Greatest catchphrase from a caller. I think I'll have to give it to Tazo here. I think his catchphrase probably the one that sticks out the most to me.
Yeah, definitely does. It's the only one's copping that or Swax that ass. I can't put that fucker over, so I'm giving it to Tazo.
It's a
no matter, I might have a go at you sometime, Tazo, you little rascal. But at the end of the day, you're a good man. I consider you a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Wow, thank you very much.
Shaking your head. I'm being sincere here, bitch.
It's a huge honor.
All right.
That is a huge honor.
I get it. I like you. I think you're a good man. You got some issues, but we all do.
Well, it's one of the biggest honors in my life, which
good.
I don't know what that says exactly, but
Do you ever see The Omen when she's like, I did this for you, Damien. I'm just saying, I did this for you, Jack, would be a nice little tribute. No, I'm not advocating that. What happened to William? Was that sorry? Oh, good night.
Escape the
good night,
Steven. Now, so I'll be seeing you.
Good night, sleepy bitch.
Lexar's coughing out.
Lexar, you think he's really that tired? He's just been faking.
Before I leave, Big Swole has left AEW.
We talked about this weeks ago, bitch.
See you, Lexar.
See you, Lexar. Intra's getting into the all his BBC talk. Intra's got to get some chocolate in his mouth.
What?
What?
Breaking news: TNA has signed Hulk Hogan. Lexar.
What did you get? A Rolo? Rolo?
A Carmelo?
Carmelo's a good. Caramello. Question 2. What happened to William Morey? Come back on the show. I've not followed up on that. We'll get him back on here. But I have been getting a lot of the podcasts up on Spotify. I think I'm up to June. And all the current ones. What Russo? Question 3. What Russo the real was Russo? I'm sorry. Was Russo the real genius behind the Attitude Era? Since before him we had stuff like Duke the Dumpster Drozy, Mantar, Isaac Yankem, and now we have current product. I will say this: I've always thought if you're going to blame him for all the shit he did after, which honestly was not good, you have to give him a lot of credit for the Attitude Era. So I don't know if I wouldn't give him a soul, but I think he definitely deserves a lot of credit for the Attitude Era success. Anyone for anything else? Did Vince McMahon ever have any good ideas, or did he just get lucky? I don't think necessarily lucky. I think he hired people who knew what.
I think
He had the grand scheme, like, okay,
Mhm.
I'm going to take over my dad's company, and then we're going to hire all the people from these other promotions, and had the idea of WrestleMania and stuff. But I think like actual storylines and stuff were mostly other people.
Yeah.
It's probably more of a merchandise kind of thing, you know, or marketing. That's it. Why did Hulk Hogan get canceled by WWE, but people like Dave Bautista, who had sexual harassed the female talent, or the Ultimate Warrior? Well, I don't think the Batista thing is like verified. Yeah. It also, I hate to say this, but it came, you know, it came out before like this was a thing. Not that that makes it good. But, I do agree with this. So the Ultimate Warrior in the thought, I think to me, the Ultimate Warrior stuff was worse than any of the other ones.
Hey, did they say Hulk was canceled by WWE?
Yeah, but I mean, he's been back since. He was at
He was on
WrestleMania this year.
WrestleMania. He wasn't canceled by then. It's not like he's Ric Flair or anything.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the stuff when people say canceled, I mean, they're still around. Why was Jim Ross so pissed off at Ed Ferrara for the Oklahoma gimmick, but never say anything about Dr. Death, who was supposedly his good friend, for his role in it? I think it's because he knew he was paid and wasn't like his idea. Would you rather give the first 99%? What? Would you rather give the first 99% of a BJ or the last? Oh, so I guess would you rather give 99% of a blowjob up until the money shot, or not have to do the BJ but just take the money shot?
Who's asking this?
Your buddy, your boy Josh. He likes you. He said I'm shit on last week, and he said you're the best one. So this is your boy Josh. Would you rather, be sucking the ding dong up until the guy's ready to do the habahoo, and then you just stop? Or would you rather someone else was doing it, or he was jerking off, and then just take the jizz? Is what he's asking.
Good Lord.
Oh, why did Lexar have to leave?
The old quality over quantity question, I guess. So we'll leave that one up to the marks out there. They could fill in their own blanks.
Tazo, your opinion?
Back when you were at working at the glory hole. Glory.
Yeah, I feel bad for bringing that up before, and not bad. I want to get you kicked off.
Bruce Briscoe, when is In Your Head 2.0 starting? It's been going on, bitch. Been going on for weeks since our boy Jonathan Jackson made the amazing logo right there. Boom, 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 which he sent me. I should put up on some tees. Damn, that's a cool logo. God damn. What's up with the red background? Oh, on the In Your Head page, they added colors, and I thought the original logo is red, so boom. Is it too much red for you?
Nope.
Plus, it's Christmas. There you go.
Yeah.
For all the bloods out there.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jackson, have you ever made anyone in the Headyverse act like a dog?
Nah, but we shouldn't we?
Tazo, you and Goosey are dogs. Give us a promo.
What are you trying to hypnotize me or something? I'm a dog. What are we, a Manchester date candidate?
You got really low there. Jonathan Jackson, has the IWC lost their rabbit ass mind thinking that jobber loser Matt Cardona has talent? I agree. This guy sucks. Well, I won't say he sucks. I think he's just very nothing.
I think you're saying he sucks. without saying.
No, not necessarily sucks, but I wouldn't say he's bad at stuff. I just think he does not good at anything. Like I guess he looks physically like good. It's weird because he's a big jack dude, but he also at the same time doesn't look intimidating.
He's pretty average in the ring, right? I mean, it's like
I think he's just average all around.
Yeah, I think that's why I never really went anywhere.
I think he's a guy. Honestly, when he was in WWE, I thought, wow, he got over and they don't push this guy. Then he left, and I thought, well, now is his shot to really shine. Like, hey, I'll show you guys. And anytime I've seen him anywhere, like I just think, man, this guy just not interesting. As someone did mention at Game Changer Wrestling, he did get really over, but I don't know. I mean, I got to give the guy credit, I guess, but part of me is also like, it's more the booking, like the idea, like we're going to take this guy that people really see as just like a really mediocre WWE guy and say he's the king of hardcore. That's kind of more the genius there. Something just flew in my ear. I think that's more the genius there than the actual wrestler.
I wouldn't say he got over. He got heat. That's like saying Cody's over in AEW.
That's true too. Yeah. It was like, yeah, they really hate this. I honestly think it's more genius booking than the talent. If Moose Sholok stole on Incher and made him drop his Glock while a bear was attacking you two, would you help Incher or fight the bear?
You don't fuck the bear, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fuck, I'd fuck that bear up. What are you eating? Tinfoil?
This is my blunt, yo. This is my blunt.
You shouldn't chew on tinfoil. That'll fuck up your if you have any fillings.
What is he chasing the dragon with that?
Try that, Incher. Bite onto that tinfoil on your filter. See how that on your fillings. See how that feels.
I think you have to have a silver filling for it to work. But like if the newer ones, I don't think it works as much.
Well, metal one you probably have to have.
Yeah, I think I have. I do have metal ones. I think.
Try it.
Not sure which side.
It makes me cringe even thinking about it. Just bite right into it.
I've done it before. It hurts. Sucks.
Do it.
I'll do it if you get a 9-volt battery and you got to tongue it.
What the hell? You're pervert over there.
No, you got to lick a 9-volt battery.
Yeah, what the hell? Is this back you guys talking about the bean again?
If I'm doing something, you got to do something.
Man.
He doesn't want to do it.
No, you're like asking me to do like sexual deviancy here on the show. Boom! Look, we got the. Yeah, I don't have any batteries on me.
Got a whole 12-pack here.
Damn, he comes prepared. He's like anytime he's ready to be tonguing batteries. He's like, I'm the man.
So I got the mask because I just tongue it so much. I had to put a limit on it.
Why does NXT 2.0 need more green? Does he mean the wrestlers or the actual color green?
All of it.
Urias Tosh. Cardona is a big child. Can't unsee that. I agree. Hulk is good friends with Titus O'Neil. That's true.
So they say, anyways. He's like, I love Urias, that you're a good dad and all that, brother. Oh man, I love it. I love it.
Do you think it's Urias Tosh or Urias Tosh?
I don't know. Let's see. If it's Tosh, put 1 in the chat room. If it's Tosh, put 2 in the chat room.
If it's Tosse, put a 3.
I don't think it's a 3. The Goosey's saying 2.
Yep, I'll go with those.
Why isn't
2 too? I think I'm with Goosey. I'm
pretty sure too, but I like to pronounce names stupidly. It makes me smile on the inside. Why isn't there a pilgrim gimmick in WWE or AEW? I agree. There should be. We have the Celtic Warrior. We've got the African like war king there. Is he still around? The guy with the spear?
Yeah.
Apollo Crews. Yeah, the Nigerian.
Tazo like jump, but Tazo, they literally have a black guy. He was always just an American dude, and then all of a sudden he talks with an African accent and he carries a spear. No, I'm not even joking. This is like a real thing.
Who was this guy initially? Like, what
Oh,
was
it
he?
used to be
It was just
What
Apollo
is it?
Crews.
Apollo Crews.
He's just
So
smile a
Wuhan
lot.
Nation. Wuhan
Yeah,
Nation.
yeah,
He's running
yeah.
around with a spear.
Yeah,
That's insane. How long is he still doing this now?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, but yeah,
What?
Well,
he's
he
super
used-
raw.
He used to
still
come
is.
out and the spearhead would be up, and you'd be like, "That is definitely a spear." But now they've turned it where the spearhead is down. So
You could have bet me my life. I would have taken a bet that was a joke. You were totally joking around. I would have bet $1 billion.
100% serious.
I will have to look at that. I just recently watched the Matt Riddle match. I think I've told you, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I watched about 5 minutes of wrestling. There you go. So maybe I'll watch another 5 minutes next week. Holy moly!
He needs the money.
He should sue them. Nah, I guess that's not a thing.
I could. Huh?
I don't know. I'll have to check this out.
Dobbs Dean Maya. If you had the chance to beat the ever living shit out of Cody with his own belt, would you do it? No, I actually like Cody.
That'd be some shit if he threw the belt into the crowd.
They just
The
beat
guy
him.
runs into the ring and starts hitting him with the belt. He's just like, "Fuck you, Cody."
They just like gang, like tackle him and just start beating the shit out of him.
You probably
That,
catfish him
that,
out
that
some
would
money.
be heat. That would
That
be
would
heat.
be heat.
Patrick Pat Howe, I am black. Oh, I'm back.
Whoa.
I actually thought he said he was black. I'm sorry, but he's back. Welcome back, Patrick Howe. Yeah. He might be too. I don't know. Dorian Doc Batao. How long till Tazo gets in your head kicked off Spotify? No, he's a good man here. He's clean.
Oz's
He's
being good.
clean the last few weeks.
I'm toning it down.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's out of his mind here.
Mhm.
Looking respectable. Tyler Stevens, what wrestling company will the Broski Matt? Why does everyone love Matt fucking Cordona? What wrestling company will the Broski Matt Cordona save next?
Yeah,
Ring of Honor needs him.
Oh yeah.
He would bring him back from the dead.
You show up in XPW.
Did that happen yet? Final battle?
Nah, not
That's
yet.
normally in January.
Okay, I know there's rumors that like it would be fun. It would be nice if some of the old like Ring of Honor like favorites made appearance for potentially their last show.
Yeah.
How crazy was it when Bubba Dudley put Mae Young through the table? Do you think about it from time to time? Nope.
It's pretty crazy, but I liked how they booked like Dixie Carter going through the table, and then they did it. I thought that was pretty
Which gets your dick harder, Incher, when he put Mae Young through the table or when he put Dixie Carter through the table?
I think Dixie Carter going through the
She
table.
deserves it more. Well, maybe. I don't know.
She is
I
your
don't know.
buddy.
There's some bad stuff with Mae Young.
Yeah, but we didn't know about that at the time.
That's true. Maybe Bubba did. He's like just getting revenge for all the women.
Maybe.
Would Incher participate in the Rough and Rowdy Brawl?
What's
I
the
don't know
rough
what
and
that is.
rowdy brawl? What's
I
that?
don't know.
It's I guess tough man competition and
Oh,
Virginia.
that's all the promos they've been posting with the
Yeah.
people from West Virginia.
Oh, you should. Yeah, Incher. You're the toughest man alive. You should do it.
I'm like 40 years old.
Always got the excuses. You're like, I could beat up all the wrestlers. And we're like, well, do this. No, I'm on my
Oh, well, what's the payoff? How much does it pay?
$500 if you win.
$500.
Boom, $500.
If
You
you
got
lose,
to
you
sell
get
like
nothing.
a dozen forks to get that. 15
I'll pass.
forks.
Get your face beat in for $500. I'll pass. No, thank you.
Well, man, you could do it and try. Faith in you.
I should rival that company and offer $1,000 to the winner. I'm like, come on, really? You're getting people to beat their brains in for $500 for one payout of $500?
I mean, you can always return and try again.
Look, you could take up. Look at those guys. You could take them.
I don't know.
You could take this guy.
That one on the left looks pretty.
This guy in the middle, you could take. Look at that guy.
He could take the guys on the right.
This guy.
Those three dudes.
Yeah, you can take care of welfare Conor McGregor.
That's what he calls himself
Conor
too.
McGregor?
He calls himself the West Virginia Conor McGregor.
Do you think anyone shits themselves? I mean, does the WV?
Yeah. See, just go in there and ask him, Jack. Go in there and ask him.
All right, I'll do it. Tyler, I mean, why even ask this one? It's like a no-brainer. Which co-host is more honest, Jack or Incher? I mean, that one's a foregone conclusion.
Barbie Richards.
Barbie Richards.
I mean, he's not even British. He pretended. He's actually from Georgia.
Really? I didn't know that. Jeez, I'm just finding that out.
Tyler Stevens, if the real Buff ain't got the stuff or in your head, can Jason Minton dress up and act like Buff on Zoom? Why would he do that? I don't get the reference.
I don't know, but it sounds pretty awesome to me.
Looking pretty sweet.
You can give him a hat and all that.
Dobbs Dean Maya. Who's your favorite person from the UK? Jack, you can only name one person. Dobbs Dean Maya is my favorite person in all of the United Kingdom. He's a good man. He took me and Mitten out for fish and chips when we met him in London. And then he also took us to what was the place called? It was like this real scummy area of London. Camden Town, yep.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is where what was the old singer? Not old. She died a few years ago of a drug overdose.
Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, this is where Amy Winehouse used to do heroin. Yeah, and there was like all these junkies laying around, sitting around, and I was like,
Dang.
cool, thanks for taking us here, Dobbs.
They're like, hey,
That's-
Dobbs.
What's up, Dobbs?
And then then me and Dobbs, it was me, Dobbs, and Jason doesn't drink coffee, but me and Dobbs got a coffee, and we were walking around Camden Town, and this drunk or some whatever he's on, he's like you got he thought we were cops. And he thought we were narcs because we were drinking coffee and had sunglasses.
Did he notice that you had like an American accent? I mean, I don't think many cops would be coming from America to arrest people in the UK.
I don't know. I don't think he was in his full capacities.
What'd he say?
He's like, you guys are narcs. Like, what are you doing here? Only cops drink coffee. He called us up actually some term. I didn't know what it was, but Dobbs told me, he thinks we're cops.
Did he
Call
say
you
Bobbies?
Jakes?
I
Bobbies?
forget I didn't know what it meant, but yeah, it was a British term for narc. I think.
He probably said Jakes.
But he was getting like mad. Like I thought he was going to attack us or something. It was a good time though in London. I remember me and Jason, because there was I forget what they call it, but it was like it was an annual event where everyone like parties in the street there in London. Festival, they call it festival. And so we were on the bus, or not the train, whatever they call it, the tube. And there was three guys who, not just because they were black, they actually looked like New Day. And they were drinking, I don't know if it's legal there, but they had a bottle of vodka and they were taking shots out of the cap right on the train. And so they offered me some, and so I was drinking. This is back when I drank, and so I was drinking shots with New Day on the tube. And Jason thought it was crazy, but I was like, man, it's fun. And then we just started dancing on the train. They're good dudes. This fun. I had a good time in London. I would go back. Dobbs Dean Maya, Inchman, would you consider showing us your entire gaming collection someday? Oh, by the way, why they offered to me, because I noticed they had real potato vodka, which is actually pretty rare to find. It used to be all vodkas made of potato, but now it's usually made out of wheat and grain. And that stuff, if you get real potato vodka, it's much better. And I said, hey, that's the real stuff. That's the potato vodka. And
Here's a new edition.
And then they offered me some shots.
Samurai Spirit. also known as Samurai Showdown for the Neo Geo. Bam. That's a new addition to the game collection. But I thought about that and I was like, do I really need to be putting it on the internet how much like games I got? Like,
They want to know what to steal when they get to your house.
Yeah.
exactly.
Next time, yeah, Incher won't be on, and Todd will be like, isn't that Incher's background, Tazo? Where are you this week? And he's like, oh, don't worry about that. Isn't that Incher's cat?
Leaving it from the door.
Like, I started thinking like maybe I should do videos where I go through all my collections and stuff, and then I thought, I don't know, because I heard about like
Well,
people getting
aren't you
jacked
there
up.
with like an arsenal? You
I
can just
got a
blow them
big
away.
gun.
I used to play that game, of course, in the arcade.
Yeah.
Samurai Showdown. Yeah, that's a badass game. Really good game back in the day.
The last game I ever played in the arcade was Gauntlet.
That was a good
That's
one.
probably not true,
I
but it
seen that
sounds
the
cool.
other day.
Gauntlet
Yeah.
was good. I like that. They probably made new ones after that, but the one when I used to play it was like a
The tabletop.
with and 4 people could play.
Yeah,
That was
a
fun.
good game. Need a lot of quarters to get far.
Yeah, because you had to keep putting them in.
Yep.
And be like, green elf ate the food. All right, that was a good game. I like.
But this is the Japanese version, in case if anybody's wondering. So I didn't have the money because for the US version. it's
Freaking Dave
expensive.
Meltzer video games over here.
I got this one on the cheap, but
What is it? A bootleg?
no, it's a real copy, but it's Japanese. If you put it in a system that has the Unibios and you boot it in the US, it boots up the US version. So
Jamie Hayter's proper bit British, Yuri's Tasha.
mhm.
We got all kinds of vodka over here in the
You know,
Eastern
I mean,
Europe.
we always bash Jamie Hayter for her like
No, I like
surprise appearance, but
Mhm.
I
But
do
she's
like
good.
her.
Yeah, I think she's good. And I think they're going to eventually split her up, and they do need some people to fight Brit because they get a lot of like people that aren't particularly good.
Yeah.
You know what
They need some more women that are good in there.
I was just thinking if Incher gets mad, do you get mad when you're watching like Japanese video games and they blur out like the penis going into
And the pubes.
right?
You said video games though. What games are you playing,
Oh, is
Todd?
that not a video game? I'm sorry.
Like Dig Dug.
Exactly. Just like
Doug.
Dig Dug.
Yeah, all
The dirty
Japanese
side.
games got like the censored sex scenes.
Yeah.
It's like anime. They've all got like the tentacle.
Well,
Stuff.
it's illegal to like
Yes.
to show penetration in Japan for whatever reason, or like just the bits.
Wow, you know a lot about that.
Well, I mean, that's pretty common knowledge, isn't it? I mean, because like all the pornography is.
Are you
censored.
pro penetration? Is what he's asking.
That's not
I
what I
mean,
mean.
that's how we all got here, isn't it?
That's true.
I thought the Storks brought us.
Anime was
No.
created to destroy.
I think we're all here because of the Lord
No.
and miracles.
There you go. There you go.
Inchman, we already asked that one. Do you have any favorite Christmas movies?
Oh, I said
actually
it.
like a fan of most Christmas movies. I like all the different Christmas carols.
I said it last week. Like Christmas Story. I like that really well.
I like it too. I didn't know this till actually today. I saw this that the guy who directed it also directed Black Christmas, which is very weird.
Mhm.
Pretty cool though. Black Christmas, good. I like most of the Christmas war movies, honestly.
The guy who wrote it was
Gremlins.
he was like a radio announcer, I think, and like he wrote it about his childhood.
Video killed the radio star in my mind and in my car. Oh, by the way, we've got to put over our man here, Jonathan Jackson. He posted a great video listening to White Christmas White in Your Head for the first time.
Oh, I've
That's a
seen it.
good tune.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good time.
Yeah, I
That
was
sounded like a
surprised.
pretty good radio channel too. I got to look that up.
Oh no, you probably don't want to. It's
No.
sure to get you canceled one day. But yeah, I was surprised that they played that locally. So
Yeah, that was cool though. But You have some good local. They played that. I remember they were playing BFG.
Yeah, they got the hits.
My goodness.
Why are there so much Christmas haters during Most Wonderful Time of Year? Because the internet is a hateful place.
Hateful place.
What is the best WWE piece of merchandise ever made? Wow.
Ever.
Best of probably the replica $1 million belt.
I was thinking the WWE slow cooker.
Or
I'm a toaster guy myself. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it puts that WWE logo right on the bread.
would the ice cream bars be considered merchandise?
Oh yeah.
Ice cream bars are pretty good. So.
Yeah, good.
But if I remember, I don't remember them being like anything like out of the ordinary for ice cream back in the day. Like when
no, but
had one.
Back in the day though, like a lot of those like novelty ice cream, you'd only get like if the ice cream man was coming around. So to actually be able to buy something like that in the store was kind of cool.
Yeah,
now you can buy all that stuff easily. Used to be like the ice cream man had to come around for me to get like a toasted almond bar or whatever. But now you can just buy whole packs of them for like $1.
I think Tazo bounced.
And then it makes it like, who even cares? Who wants to even buy this now? It used to be cool if the only time I could get it if I heard the ice cream man bell going around. But if I had to honestly ask this, I mean, my favorite stuff were the action figures.
Yeah, figures are good.
Tyler Stevens, would Incher put a worm in his mouth like the boogeyman?
No.
What?
That sounds really gross.
I got a big worm here, Incher.
Oh, Jesus. No, definitely not that one. No.
Tyler Stevens, what's the most exotic food you have ever ate?
You all had me eat calamari, didn't you? And I had I've had sushi before.
Probably goat balls for me, testicles, which I don't really like. We're not good.
Probably calamaris, probably. Or
I've had elephant, which I didn't know at the time was elephant.
I've had deer jerky before.
That's pretty.
Like
That's
venison.
that's pretty common.
I guess the calamari.
That's not exotic. They sell calamari at like the Olive Garden.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
They do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to catch it all the time when I was a kid.
Let me think. I don't know.
I've had ants. I mean, I've tried just about anything. The only thing I could think I didn't try was the poop coffee that Jason sent me.
I don't think you want to try that.
Try the coffee. Drink it, Jack. Drink the coffee.
I'm trying to think. I'd like. I don't know. I've tried all kinds of stuff. I'll try just about anything. A lot of this stuff, like I even said, the testicles, but again, like depending where you are, it's not really that exotic. They're not good though. They have the consistency.
I'll say this, Jack.
Of damp sawdust.
I'll say this, and you'll be disappointed in me, or you'll be shocked. I've never had lobster in my life.
Really?
I've never ate lobster.
Why are you such a bitch?
He says it's a poor man's food.
It used to be. They used to give it to prisoners.
Yeah.
And then homeless people. Yeah, they used to. But then all of a sudden, like a lot of things, and later on it becomes big. But a lobster's good. I would recommend it. It's so expensive now, though. Even around here, where you can just go shake a tree and they fall out.
Let's go, Brandon.
I used to catch lobster. Well, my uncle did. And I would go with him. He'd have the traps out. And one time, he thought someone was stealing them, and we found out it was a policeman. So he just stopped doing it because, like, who are you gonna come? Who can you complain to? And the police are stealing your lobster.
Yeah, you can't really do much about that.
Dobbs, Dean, Maya, are you guys ready for the metaverse?
No.
Pretty soon you log into the In Your Head group and you'll just be dancing around with
I
Incher.
I did change my Twitter name in preparation in case if they do change it to Meta. I think I got
Why are you so anti-meta?
I just hate the name. It's like I don't want to be like, oh, what's your Meta? I don't know. I'll always call it Facebook, just like I always call fucking Speedway Super America.
What? I don't even know what that means.
Super America. It used to be Super America when I was a kid. Remember? Speedway. They're all Super Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
You
have
never had a
Speedway
Super
here.
America up there? Okay.
I don't have Speedway either.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that must be why. But like sometimes things get changed to a different name, but I continue calling it the same name.
I actually bought iyhmeta.com because we're gonna drop wrestling and just call a show In Your Head Meta.
Or In Your Head Entertainment.
In your metaverse.
Oh god.
You got to get with the times, old man. Embrace the meta. We're going to be here dancing. It's going to be so sweet. We're just going to be in a bed with our eyes closed, and we're just going to be, virtually with virtually Lexar and Mandy Rose.
Well, why's Lexar got to be there?
Because it's the In Your Head metaverse.
We're all just gonna be bedridden like the grandpa from Charlie.
Exactly. But we'll be living it up in our minds.
Well, I gotta sign off, guys.
All right.
Song man.
Good night, everyone.
Long song blue, weeping like the willows. Impact Wrestling decides to sell more VHS tapes for pay-per-view events after their previous VHS sells out. Are you intrigued? I like the idea. I'm not against it.
Keep them rolling if they're selling.
I'd probably be more likely to buy that than a VHS or Blu-ray just because I think it would look neat sitting right up here. What they wouldn't even have to put like an actual tape in there. I wouldn't even know if it ever worked. What casino slot machines did Jack and his family play for his brother's birthday? Did we play? I don't know. It was just yesterday. We played a bunch of games. It was fun. I did play a new 4D Jumanji game.
Oh yeah.
The 4D games, you sit in the chair. It's like the metaverse entry. You sit in the chair and like it moves and like it's all holograms and you're like it's almost virtual reality. Oh, and like animals are jumping out all over. You're like,
craziness.
It's probably like metaverse will be. It's kind of neat, but it's like not like you're like, had enough after a couple minutes.
You're ready to bounce after that. You're like, get me out of here.
I have friends that were, independent filmmakers who were investing in buying like VR machines to start making virtual reality movies, but I don't think it's going to lead that way. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I think we're like, if it does ever really take off, we're probably like decades away from it being like anything really big.
Yeah.
If you look at any of the VR games, they're nowhere near,
what people actually think. Like if you watch a movie about virtual reality.
I've played the Astro's Rescue, and it's pretty neat, but it does hurt my head after a while. Like it's like, okay, I got to stop doing this. So, have you played Astro, Jonathan Jackson?
No, I don't know what that is.
Astro's
Rescue.
Well, you got Astro's Playroom.
I played Asteroids.
Have you downloaded it?
Oh, nah. I haven't really
check it out. It's actually pretty good. That's one of the games I played for the PlayStation 5 that I kind of like. So, and Astro's Rescue, it's pretty good. It's for the PlayStation VR.
Why is an asteroid in the hemisphere when a hemorrhoid's in your ass? I've never.
Very true.
Like the spaceships shooting the hemorrhoids coming out of an asshole and it shoots them back in. Is
this in this game you're playing? Is this in your own personal metaverse?
I thought that was Goosey's explanation.
No, Gogo's asking if I did not watch this yet, but I have it right here. Violence Jack.
Violence Jack.
I'll try to watch this before next week. I'm sorry, Gogo, but thank you for sending it to me.
Glaugo 13, back to the final battle thing. He says final battle is in December, not January. Okay,
You fucking lying asshole.
It's normally really close to January, though, isn't it? I think.
Well, December is close to January.
Like the end of December is what I'm thinking. Because it's like always the final battle, you know.
Do you buy Funko Pops and action figures just to leave them out on display, or do you take them out and play with them? I mean, I don't really buy them at all, but if someone does give me like a horror one or a wrestling one, actually, I guess I take them out of the package and I put them up here. So I got a couple. I've got Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, and a Macho Man.
I've got like some amiibos.
I don't play with them. I just put them up on the bookshelf here.
I got some amiibos that I just put up. I don't really take them out of the package.
This here picture is actually a sculpture of me. It's me as a monster.
Oh.
Back when I was heavier.
Are they going to redo it for you?
They should. It's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Let's see here. How many keychains did you lost, and what were your favorites?
I used to have one that had like a little 8-ball on it that like spun around.
Really? From DOA?
DOA, no.
You like one of the Harris brothers?
No.
That'd be pretty
it was
sweet.
Just an 8-ball. And I had one that was I think I had like a bottle opener with the Batman symbol on it. I thought that was kind of cool.
Do they make a butt plug keychain? Because then you can just like stick it up your ass and you're not going to lose your keys.
Pretty sure they do. They'd make a keychain out of anything.
Yeah.
Pretty soon there'll be NFT keychains.
How can you answer that with like out skipping a beat there, Jonathan? I mean, he just asked,
That's
can you have a
new.
keychain?
It's anything. Like they'll make
Yeah.
a keychain literally out of anything. Like you'll see a syringe keychain soon. Like it's
Pizza cutter.
Yeah, it's anything.
I don't know. I don't really have. I don't really use keychain. Oh no, I do have one with a weird stuffed animal on it. I don't even know what it's from. It's like almost like a Pac-Man guy that I have my post office key on. What are you doing? Are you jerking off?
Plug?
Oh, he's gay. He's got the butt plug out. Man, that must hurt carrying that around all day in your ass.
Jesus.
That's my current keychain.
You got a key
a
for every
bottle
door.
opener.
Oh,
What key does it?
opener.
What lock does that open? You
This
know what I
opens-
don't see on that insert is the
You
key
remember-
to the heart.
You remember this, Jack? I opened your bottle and
What?
oh,
I
Whoa!
opened your bottle with this. And
Open with what?
I was like,
I remember it was spraying and you were catching it all on your tongue.
no. But this is my current
Yeah.
keychain. So there you go.
Why do you have so many keys?
I don't know.
Is
I
it
really
like-
could probably size it down. Like this one's for my
Are
Donkey
you breaking
Kong
into
machine.
places?
Oh.
This one's for my Donkey Kong machine, and I don't know why I leave that on there. Like I should probably just take it off. I actually don't even know what this one's for. So I probably could size this thing down a good bit.
You just think it's cool having a big set of keys.
just jangling them around.
Guilty as charged. Look, this one's a screwdriver head. See? But I have that on my knife too. So I'm more likely to use this than that.
Yeah, you just got all the tools.
I like my tools, baby.
I know you do.
That's why I've been with you all these years.
Yeah, I know you're riding my tool. Like pull out the butt plug and put in the tool.
Jack's a big old.
Lexar wants to know: did Jack like the Hess toy truck Christmas commercial?
You don't even know what it is.
Don't know what it is. I honestly don't know what this is. I saw on Facebook he said he hated it. He said he hated it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
You're a violent man.
you're pulling knives the other day.
I got one right here.
Oh man, Goosey's got the knife.
I used to bring this and cut mangoes with it. Honestly, it's what I used it for.
I used to cut
Similar
throat.
knife.
Keeps disappearing.
Oh, he's got steak knife over there.
Used it for
Yeah.
cutting my limes.
Put the lime in the coconut, shake it all up. I was kind of pissed yesterday when we went to eat. I asked for a club soda with a lemon or lime. They brought me a lemon and a lime, which is nice, but they brought me a Sprite. And I was like, I don't drink this. It's way too syrupy and sweet. Like, what the fuck you doing, bitch? What's your favorite Japanese wrestling company? I don't fucking know.
I'll say like New Japan because it's the one I watch the most of. So.
I'll
And
say
it's got Peter.
FMW.
Peter's in that one.
Why does Al Oob have a sex picture fetish? He does, like, he's always calling everyone else gay, but he spends a lot of time making gay sex pics of all the headyverse. Like he makes a lot of homoerotica, like fan fiction homoerotica. Usually gets them kicked off Facebook. It's so graphic. They get more graphic as time goes on. I don't know. Do you think when he's making them, he's kind of like Steven when Steven watching the women's wrestling, he's got his pants around his ankles and he's cutting his face out and putting on various things.
Oh man, Glago 13 says this year's final battle is December 11th.
Hot damn, that's only 3 days from today. Countdown, the final battle is on.
Glago 13 then says an 8-ball like the kind Mean Gene kept in his jacket pocket for the Nitro girls.
Oh man.
Would you start, maybe not doing the coke yourself, but would you start carrying around if you could get some Nitro girls?
Nah, I'm not interested in the Nitro girls.
What? Not even Spice?
Nah, probably not. Not nowadays.
Kimberly Page doesn't.
What the hell?
Nah.
Damn, Incher wants him 23 and younger.
NXT Incher over here.
He's all about Cora Jade or whatever the fucking name is.
How mad do you get and how long do you stay mad? I don't get mad.
I get even.
I'm always a happy man.
It normally takes me a couple of minutes to calm down, I think. If I get mad.
Back in the day, Incher would he would let. I remember a few times, like we'd do the show, not in a long time, not anymore, but we would do the show and he would let stuff like simmer, I think. And then like hours and hours later, he'd get like pissed at me, like hours and hours after the show. But that was like probably 10 years ago or maybe even longer. Not in a long time.
They're probably still simmering. He's like, yeah, just wait.
It could be. Now it's simmering for years. He's like stabbing,
just
like
simmer until it boils over.
That's when you two meet.
Lexar, who does the laundry in your family? I do. It's actually right here next to me. I'm actually in the basement, and I've got the washing machine and the dryer right here next to me.
I've done my own laundry for a long time now. Probably since my
Lexar
early
just
20s.
did it for the first time ever.
I know.
You think he shrank all his clothes?
He bleached all the colors and everything.
Yeah, we think he just only buys white T-shirts, but they used to be black.
Yeah,
I actually do have a little bleach mark on this one, like right here.
It's not just like a cum stain.
Oh God, good Lord, dude! Can I say anything without you just being just so filthy?
Why? I don't
We
think
were
that's
talking
filthy.
about bleaching clothes out, and I said, "Half a spot right here."
It's still simmering.
Sure. Yeah. That's when it boils over. I don't know. What was your match of the year for 2021?
Well, you
Gotta
gotta
wait till
for
the headies.
days.
No, yeah, no spoilers.
Mhm.
By the way, I should put up that pretty soon. People voting. Stephen Bootlers. Did watching NXT War Games feel like you were time traveling back to the Attitude Era of WWE? Definitely not.
I didn't watch it. Don't know.
Probably like not even, I don't know what time. Like gimmick wise, it would be like mid 90s, but like I don't remember any time in WWE like watching guys that were that like untrained. Why can't I find the episode of Without Your Head where you interview Sloth from the Goonies in the archives?
Oh, that's because Jack, he intentionally deleted it, and he just wants to try to make me look crazy. But it's out there. It exists. He's just trying to hide it from everyone.
That was Brian Matthew Kluters.
Mhm.
Tyler Stevens wants to know
That's
who.
worst young boy ever. I have to say that worst young boy ever.
He was pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, in your standards, how would he rank up against?
Oh yeah, no, he's bad. He's never really praising you.
Yeah,
A lot of stuff kind of makes you look bad.
yeah. He's the worst young boy ever.
Who is the best Goonie?
Who is the best?
The
Goonie?
Truffle Shuffle, obviously.
Chunk, but I guess he did bring Sloth to the end of the, and Sloth saved the day, so I guess he is powerful.
And he brought us the Truffle Shuffle.
Yeah. I would say Mikey too.
I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it. He was getting fat shamed and was okay with it. He wasn't really okay with it. I say cancel the Goonies. It's all about bullying the fat kid.
Don't cancel it.
And the mentally, well, I guess it empowers the mentally handicapped.
He saved the day.
So I guess we'll save it. We'll just cut all the fat shaming out. CGI that out.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Stevens, tell us a time your parents made you apologize to someone. Never, because I've never done a wrongdoing. Well, I will say my mom always tells me to be nice to him. So she never says like say you're sorry to him because I've never really done anything bad to him. But she always tells me to be nice.
Listen to your mother, have you? You've always just like,
I'm always nice to you, bitch. I'm nice to you.
You never listen to her. You're just like, you just go and do what you want to do.
Yeah, you're just a snowflake.
Sorry, I would like just to talk about a bleach stain on my shirt without being like
that is a great topic to talk about, a bleach stain.
I just would like to be able to mention
the marks are. Oh man, do I hope they talk about bleach stains this week?
Oh, you're one to bring up mundane things to talk about. You're all the time bringing up, the cart guy. He's out at the store.
When's the last time I brought up the cart guy? Like 5 years ago?
I don't know, like maybe every show.
Where are you living? You're living in friggin' 19 or 2000, like 15 or something.
And I was in chess class.
I mean that's educating the masses the importance of chess. Strategy, human chess. That goes back to wrestling. Larry Zbyszko taught us that wrestling is human chess. I don't remember Larry Zbyszko talking about bleach stains or cum stains.
I'm sure there's a tape out there somewhere. I'm sure there's a tape out there.
Yeah, I know where that stain really came from. Drying up
from
the
your blood when I punched you in the face.
My blood is bleach.
I punched
like an
alien. I had to bleach it out.
How does Incher make you feel on the inside? Oh, warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, when I get inside of you.
No one is gonna make everything so dirty there, Incher. I just want to talk about being inside of you, and you got to make it all filthy like.
Interest got to come stain on his shoes. That's why there's bleach on it.
Well, if we're talking that, it really, I don't know. I usually just sleep through it because I don't feel nothing.
Yeah, whatever. He passes out from the insanity of pleasure. He just can't handle it.
Is that your name?
What, insanity of pleasure?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh,
But I should use that, shouldn't I?
Percival Pleasure Giver.
Yeah.
It sounds like an NXT name.
It is. It does, doesn't it?
Incher, when was your last fantasy about beating off Jack? Beating down
like,
Jack. Sorry.
Beating down Jack. Oh, you read that one wrong. I don't know. Never. I never have those thoughts. Never.
Why does Incher hate black female wrestlers? He doesn't.
What? Who asked that?
K. Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, that's old.
Were you aware that Planet?
Actually, I used to kind of like.
Yeah, you're a big fan of Naomi.
Promos. I like Naomi. Awesome Kong.
Yeah, I mean, you were getting bleach stains all over the place when Naomi would make a ring entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that Planet Hollywood still exists? Nope.
It does?
I've never been to one. Oh, that's right. Because, yeah, and how far they've fallen now that they're displaying QT Marshall's gear. Nothing against QT. He's fine, but, like, come on. You can't put up, like, of all the wrestlers, like, could you imagine anyone besides, like, a hardcore AEW fan? Even then, they would be like, oh, okay, cool. Would go in and be like, this is QT Marshall's trunks.
Yeah,
you can go eat your burger under QT Marshall's trunks.
That's not good.
I think they probably did that because he visits them a lot.
No problem.
Not because, oh my God, it's the legendary QT Marshall from AEW. It's like,
I think he should make his gimmick where he really talks about QT Marshall being like this legendary name. That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my trunks hangs above the Planet Hollywood.
Yeah, that would be good.
Some town nobody knows.
In Albuquerque. Who are the top 5 women wrestlers of all time?
Top 5
Medusa
women
Michelli,
wrestlers.
Luna Vachon,
Abaddon.
Sherry Martel, Charlotte Flair,
Lulu Pencil.
and Lulu Pencil. Boom! From 5, no, fuck Lulu Pencil and the fake 500. I have my 500 here. I make it every week. I always forget to talk about it. I sit here, I slave over it. And then I was like, oh, shit, another week I forgot. But Lulu Pencil never makes my 500. And she never will.
My goodness.
Take that, Bill Apter. I know you haven't been with the magazine for like 30 years, but I still blame him. But let's put her on the top 5 of all time.
Bill Apter's just like, he's like, what? Somebody's talking about me somewhere. He's just sitting there having his dinner.
Now, I like Bill Apter a lot. I've always been a big fan, but I'm just going to say this. Last time we had him on, I wrote, it was like, how did I word? I worded this. It was like, iconic wrestling journalist and a couple of jack-offs tonight on the show. And he was not happy. He messaged me and he's like, I deleted this because I do not want to be associated with that term. He thought I meant like jack off, but I was like, oh, I just meant like jerk offs. And then he didn't like that either. And I was just like, oh, okay. So I just wrote, iconic wrestling journalist. Yeah. But it's weird. Like, how could you be a big wrestling fan and be like really insulted by jerk off or jack off? Like, I don't know. That seems like a really tame word to me. I could see if I wrote like a two fucking assholes or something, but
He probably would have liked that.
maybe that would have been all right. He's like, no jerk off. If Incher was facing jail time for his online activity, and the authorities offered him a deal saying that if he helped them bust Lexar for sexual assault, they would drop his charges, would Incher take the deal?
Oh, sorry, Lexar, you're done for.
Hot damn.
Just like that.
All right. Now Incher's time. Once again.
For the main event. Oh,
For Nikki Callahan.
Oh, no.
Here, bright early 1 a.m. Good time to start these up.
perfect time.
How many does he have?
I have to scroll down to see them all. Just the mere 21.
Mere 21?
All right, stop playing Q-Bird on your phone, Candy Crush, and all that shit, and texting your lovers.
I'm paying attention.
Stop sexting swacks. The
How'd you know
rumors
that's what I
are
was doing?
this Brock versus Reigns feud will last until WrestleMania. We are expected to see at least 2 more matches. And is this a match you'd like to see going forward? Yes. Yeah. Even though, I mean, we've seen Brock versus Reigns at WrestleMania like how many times already?
Yeah, really. At least
These twice.
once, I think, at least.
I think the least twice. Because I think last time they
Twice.
did it, they just repeated the same gimmick. It was like Reigns finally wins the belt from Brock Lesnar, even though you already did it.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite memories of Beth Phoenix as NXT commentator?
Favorite memories of Beth Phoenix as NXT commentator.
We've got a shirted Goosey. It's
Yeah.
getting cold.
It is. It's like fucking 15 below outside right now. I'm getting a little chilly.
I got you. I just got to say all of them. Every moment she was on is my favorite memory.
But Beth Phoenix, I hated Beth Phoenix. I thought she was terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Did you enjoy the Amazing Spider-Man movies with Andrew Garfield? Nope.
Was that the one, Homecoming?
No, I think that's the new guy. I think that's the Sony ones with the really terrible Electro.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't too big on
I
those.
thought they were awful. My favorite Christmas movie is I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus. Have you seen it? And any memories of this classic film? I only thought that was a song. I didn't know it was a movie.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a movie as well. I just thought it was a song.
Eyes up here, bitch.
You can go on with your. I'm just about done. It's freaking the kill questions.
Winter is coming next week. Hangman defends the title versus Bryan Danielson. Who's winning? I'm really looking forward to this. I think I predict that Hangman keeps the title.
Yeah, they're not gonna pull the title off a page so quickly.
I suspect it'll be another probably DQ finish or something.
I think Hangman just beats him. Incher.
I'm gonna say Hangman. He's gonna lose.
Whoa.
Gonna lose.
Yeah, I think the person that's pulling that belt off a page is one Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
That'd be good.
But it's not going to happen until Double or Nothing or whatever the hell that show that is in Vegas.
It's John Moxley's birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Mr. Moxley.
Yeah, happy birthday to him.
Hopefully you enjoyed it with a nice cup of Coca-Cola sitting by the fireside reading a book.
Thoughts on Tony Nese officially signing with AEW? I actually like him and I thought his match was really good this week. They have a lot of guys. I don't know, where we could really go in the company, but I like him. I'm glad for him.
Get him
He's a
out of
good
here.
addition.
No, I think Tony Nese is good. All the guys who are just kind of stuck on dark doing nothing, once they start getting talented people, kick them out. because there's no point.
Yeah, I mean they have a lot of dudes. I mean, if they want to pay him just to be on Dark, that's fine. I've seen a lot of people say Jericho tries to leech on the most popular people in AEW to stay relevant. I heard this too when I was listening to some clips. I thought it was funny that Cornette and his stooge list Orange Cassidy in there because they vehemently hate this dude, but then they say that Jericho leached off of him. It's like you can't have it both ways. You can't think this guy's the biggest joke in the world, and Jericho also leached off him to get his popularity because they're always saying that people turn the channel when they see him. Mm-hmm. You can't be like this guy's totally worthless. Oh, and Jericho leeches off him to be cool.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Honestly, I think that helped Orange Cassidy. They just didn't actually follow up after that. But I mean, whatever you want to say about Jericho, he is like one of the biggest stars of modern wrestling of like the last 30 years. The Rock said part of his Rushmore was Jackie Fargo. Who on earth has that? Any memories of him? Well, I don't have memories of him because he's way older than I when I was watching wrestling, but he's before my day. I'm surprised Rock had him on there though, because I think he's before the Rock's day.
We did see him at the Fan Fest. He had told
was it Jackie? I don't think
that was Jackie. Yeah.
It wasn't the white supremacist.
No, it was a different. He was there too.
Yeah.
but that was Don Fargo or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Jackie was there, and he told the story about looking for his toothbrush in the
oh right, room. It's up the guy's ass. Yeah,
and he was all naked, and it would be up his butt.
Interesting.
When he turned around, like people would see the toothbrush sticking out of his ass.
Maybe that's why he made Rock's Mount Rushmore wrestling.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know who it was one of the Fargos. Yeah, it's definitely Don Fargo.
Yeah.
And wrestling fans really went out of their way to it's really weird how wrestling fans will certain people, no matter something happens and they're dead to them. But then guys like Don Fargo, we met him and his body was covered in Nazi tattoos. And then I guess he even talks about being part of the KKK in his book that came out, and people were like defending it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's fine. They do a lot of good for the community. It's like, come on, guys.
No.
Yeah.
How about no?
Then I remember because he had like swastikas and he's got a swastika right over his heart. I actually don't want to show it here because that might actually get dumb. But you can just look the guy up. He's got a swastika over his heart. He's got like Iron Cross, and I mean it's just tons of Nazi tattoos all over. Create a wrestling stable using a wrestler from each letter of your name.
It would take too long.
This will take for a long time. I like this idea, but that's a good idea, actually. I like this, Nikhil. I'm not, but put it on the group because that would be something I think fun for everyone to participate in. Have you, unless Intro wants to do this?
No.
Have you seen the film Executive Decision with Steven Seagal? And what's your favorite memory of the film?
Oh, come on. He wants us to make a wrestling stable with each letter of our name. Now he's asking about Executive Decision.
Well, let's see. J is Jonathan Coachman. A, Arn Anderson. C, Cassidy for Orange. K, Kenny King.
Kenny King's not even around anymore.
It's a hell of a stable. E, Ernest the Cat Miller. J,
he was working at that strip club that they had on Legends House. He looked so embarrassed to be there. You're
Need
right.
another J. Who's another? Is there a Jason?
Jason
Jay
Alexander.
Briscoe? No, not the guy from Seinfeld.
That's,
Oh, Octavius
I think I got it
Porter.
right this time, didn't I? Or did I not?
Oh, MVP.
Josh Alexander. That's his name.
And for Neil Jones, he's a good manager. E for
Goosey left. Look what you're doing.
E for
Just
Biggie.
stop it.
Big E. There you go. Thank you. And
The
S for
Kills questions killing the show. We're down to 3.
Superstar Bill Dundee. That would be like the stable of all stables.
I have not seen Executive Decision.
That's
don't
my
think.
favorite. I've never seen it.
I don't know many Seagal movies off the top of my head.
What?
Under Siege, Above the Law, Marked for Death. On
Everything
Deadly
I hear is a
Ground.
real asshole to work with. Anyone I've interviewed that worked with him.
Oh, if you saw
That's
Above the
about
Law,
all
you
I
had to have seen Executive Decision.
I can't think of what was that the one with
Steven Seagal, yes.
Where he kicks
no,
the guy.
No,
And he makes
the
that one
rapper.
face.
Yo, he wears all black.
Was DMX in that one? Or was it
I don't
somebody
fucking
else?
know.
I really don't know. I mean,
I don't know at all.
It's Matt Lee's birthday. One member of 2.0. Favorite memories of him. I actually do like the group. Is that the bigger guy of 2.0? Because I think that guy rules.
Say which guy?
The kind of fat guy in 2.0. I think he's amazing. I really think he's a great promo guy. And he just had his mannerisms really make me laugh if that's him. I'm not sure which one's which.
Yeah, I don't know.
If Johnny Gargano and Kyle O'Reilly leave WWE NXT, what are your favorite memories?
Johnny Gargano and Kyle O'Reilly.
Their takeover matches.
Yeah, those are always pretty good.
Well,
I like Johnny Gargano's feud with Tommaso Ciampa. That's got to be the best.
Yeah. When will Veer Mahan debut on Raw?
He probably won't.
I
They'll probably
predict-
release him.
Soon. Yeah,
I
that
thought it was-
could happen. He'll probably get released before even debut.
Well, I know Xia Li's supposed to be this week on SmackDown, but they've been saying Veer for forever now, so I'm not sure.
He's already been on like months ago. But
Yeah, I know. It's like we have seen this guy before.
what's your favorite ever Christmas gift?
Didn't they ask that last week?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I said the Nintendo, right?
I think so.
What'd you say?
The Headyverse.
Yeah.
The love of the Headyverse.
Fake Christmas gifts, just an empty box that's wrapped.
Whoa.
Those are
Thoughts
great.
on Jerry the King Lawler signing a new deal for WWE? Why?
He's Jerry Lawler. He's sticking in there till the bitter end.
I mean, I'll
just
blame
do.
him, but I don't know why do they keep signing him? To do what? To be on the pre-show?
Yeah.
So you can go, ha ha, puppies. Ah.
Honestly, I think they, for whatever reason, they don't want him to reunite with Jim Ross and AEW. That's the only thing I can figure out. I don't know.
Mhm. Must be.
Who isn't in the Hall of Fame but feel they should be? I hate. All right, honestly, the WWE Hall of Fame means absolutely nothing. It's fun. I'll say to some people, it's not fun to me, but it's like a fun moment for the fans to see the guys and girls, and they can cut a nice speech, and I'm sure it's a nice moment for them. But I mean, there's no criteria. Anyone who's ever been in WWE, even people who's never been on TV, are in it. So whatever. I don't know. Honestly, anybody's fine that could go in. The British Bulldogs. I'll say them.
Terry
I
Taylor.
thought the British Bulldogs were in there.
Maybe they are. I don't think so.
I would think they are.
I think
Something's really wrong if they're not.
I think Davey Smith is in it. I don't know if
I'm pretty sure Davey Boy Smith is in. I think the Bulldogs have to be in. I'm gonna say
Shanky.
Vince McMahon needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
They say he won't go in until he's dead. They say he gets mad if anyone thanks him. I bet he says that, but I bet he secretly gets mad if anyone doesn't thank him.
You just walk past him like, yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I just helped you, pal. What the hell?
He's a psychopath. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I didn't mean physically thank me. I mean,
Get on all fours and thank me like a dog.
Yeah, thank me, pal.
Not a real dog, you son of a bitch. Your favorite memories of the WCW, ECW versus WWE storyline. I loved it until Stephanie McMahon joined it. So it was like great for 1 second.
Yeah, it was pretty awful.
Do you think The Rock keeps up with any wrestling product presently?
Yeah, probably does a little bit.
the who? The Rock?
Yeah, The Rock. I think he
probably
keeps
watches
up
Roman
with it.
Reigns.
He
What
probably looks at
age?
headlines.
What age did you first try? No, what age did you first try a cigarette?
I've never had a cigarette.
I probably shouldn't say this, but my mom when I used to play with fireworks, she would give me a lit cigarette to light them with. And she'd tell me just puff it once in a while to keep it lit.
That's actually pretty cool. I would say I probably did the exact same thing, except, it wasn't really like, trying to smoke it. You're just trying to look the part.
Right. And I actually hated them. So I'm probably were because then I know. I always hated beer because my grandfather gave me a beer when I was a little kid and I always thought it tasted terrible. So I never drank beer. He should have gave me bourbon and I would have never drank bourbon. What does a typical American breakfast consist of? Usually bacon and eggs and toast, maybe hash browns.
Yeah, or
biscuits and gravy.
Biscuits
and gravy. Yeah, made me a man.
Some people prefer pancakes, which is totally disgusting to me.
Made me all that I am. What were you saying?
I said sometimes, people prefer pancakes, which are completely disgusting to me. I just do not like.
You don't like pancakes?
I'm a waffle person.
I do prefer waffle. Nice and crispy.
I like them both.
Airy.
Let's see. Every time Nikhil asks a question that asks for memories, Jack and Incher should just answer like the Warrior did. You and your memories. That's why I'll go 13.
But in London, when you get the full breakfast, it's like a big old plate and they get beans and they don't cook their bacon like we do here. It's kind of like soft and greasy. It's not like crispy. It's weird. It's almost, I don't know. It's gooey. It's also cut a lot thicker and usually like a tomato and it's like broiled, which is actually good. But the one thing I'm not a big fan of is they also give you blood pudding or blood sausage. What does that was it. That was all of Nikhil. Very good, Nikhil. You're a good man. I think you asked quality questions.
I love them. This is the best ever. Thank you.
So we only got about halfway through the questions here.
No, I gotta leave here, man.
What are you doing? A booty call? Is that what you're setting up there?
No, I was ordering a pizza.
Wait, there's actually
Sheets gas station pizza. It's a little small ones. I'm hungry.
Let's say the Pizza Hut, man. What are you doing?
It's closed.
Cheating on the pizza
closed. Nikhil's questions were so long that Pizza Hut's closed.
There's only 3 questions left, honestly. K. Abraham Lincoln, will you watch The Voice if Mark Stunt is selected on the show? Yeah, I'll watch the clips of that probably.
Mark who?
Marco Stunt.
Oh, well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'll watch the clips on YouTube. Why does Lex always leave before my questions?
Because he gets tired and he's
not man enough.
In the morning.
I think he's a bitch.
Not man enough. I agree.
Does Incher still refer to Stephen Butler as Stephen likes it up the Butler?
I've never referred to him as that. I always call him Toronto Stevie. Jeez,
Man, that was a lame one.
lame.
That was the final question. 8 questions here in the chat.
I don't
Now's your
see
time,
anything.
chat. You better put the questions up.
Ask now or forever hold your peace. Let me check. I'm actually checking. When I check in my phone, it's actually for questions for the show. I'm not, playing video games or texting people and FaceTiming.
Played video games before. We caught you playing a South Park game before.
Yeah, but that was just for that was just for a bit.
Whatever. Liar.
Truther.
Liar.
Truther.
A liar.
Truther.
Truther.
Incher has the food habit of a pot addict.
What?
Incher has the food habits of a pot addict. That's from Urius Tosh. No, I'm up all night.
It's
So, like,
1
this is
a.m. now.
really-
So is this food for the next day?
Yeah. See, that goes on the next day. The Rolos went on the next day too.
Really?
I had
You're
Chinese.
gonna be all
earlier.
out of food, but you get up tomorrow and be like, "Holy shit, I can't eat all
sleep.
day."
I sleep during the day.
The whole
So it's
day.
like- yeah, I get up and then I have dinner and then yeah, I sleep till about. I'll probably be. I'm just hungry because Chinese ain't holding me over.
Will you be able to have dinner after eating the whole pizza and eating
No,
all
I'll
this
just have to ration
chocolate?
it all out. I have to ration out what I do
Just
for the
eating
rest of the
kale?
time.
Be like, I just want a big plate of kale.
He's just gonna say, "Screw it, I'm on a cheat day."
Sometimes I do that.
I don't.
I got to stop doing that though because I have put on a few pounds. So a little bit.
I put on a few pounds for during Thanksgiving, but then I stuck back to my stuff and lost 4 pounds.
Oh well, look at him. Look at he's so good.
I was trying to put you over that if you go back to if you're eating well, you
Yeah.
can cheat a little bit. Then if you go back to your ways, you usually can just take it off real quick.
Yeah.
So I was trying to help you out, bitch. Jesus.
No, I logged it already. I'm working on it. I got 1,140 calories left. I eat some oatmeal for my breakfast, then I go to sleep. I get up, I'll probably have about 800 calories left.
Oh, that's fine. I don't know.
Bam.
I didn't even notice. I go put some. Here's a little Santa Claus up here too. Any cute next to Macho Man?
Yeah. Cute. All right.
All right, bitch. That was a good show. What do you think?
I'm happy. Time to go to the Sheets gas station, get me another scratch off, and I'm going to get one that wins. I'm going to get one that wins so much, Jack. I'm going to make you jealous. And you'll be like, damn.
Yeah, I'd be happy for you. I'm not like
I'm
you
gonna
and
make you
Lexar get like
jealous.
pissed if somebody else does good.
There's got to be something up with your scratch off like booth. Like they got to be like, I think like they give you like more winners or something because like people probably don't buy them in your area as much. Maybe
No,
they're trying to
actually, I
get the
think that's
word
one of
out.
it's
Really?
the state of winning, Massachusetts. That's what they call the lottery because they give out a lot of money.
Really? They don't give a shit here.
I think actually Maine, maybe all New England's do well because Maine, I think, actually has the highest in the country, the highest
really?
payout.
Huh. I only get I only get my money back mostly, if anything, or I just lose for the most part. But this is going to be the night.
I won 50 on a scratch ticket in Rhode Island too. Don't tell anybody, but they asked me like, have you been out of the state in the last 2 weeks? When I went to the doctor today, I said nope, but I was actually in Rhode Island yesterday.
Uh-oh.
What doctor you go see?
Isaac Yankum.
I'm calling up Glenn right now.
But
See you later.
all right, we'll be
Gotta
out of
run.
here, folks. I wore my mask into the doctor like a good man. I wear it actually.
I
Right
got mine in my pocket. I wear it.
Always wearing mine, except when I'm shooting videos.
Exactly. We got to hear you. Which didn't. Lexar is very mad about that.
I know he's pissed.
By the way, Josh wants to know, Incher, what is your favorite Castlevania game and character, and what are you playing right now?
Simon Belmont. Favorite Castlevania game would be. I'll just go with Castlevania 1 for now. And what am I playing right now? Jeez, what am I playing right now? Metroid Dread. I need to get through it though. I'm probably about halfway through it right now. So, alrighty.
All right. Good night, everybody. By the way, boom. Jonathan Jackson bought this.
Smart
Send me the
man.
address. I'll send it out.
He needs a full.
Subscribe, hit the bell icon, get notifications, subscribe on Spotify, leave some comments here on the YouTube, leave some comments on the iTunes, and we'll read them on the show. And also rate us. It gives us, I don't know what the point is, but rate us. I like to see good ratings. Boom. Let's get out of here, folks. Jonathan Jackson, the real man of the Headyverse, stayed here all night. He wins the prize. Virtual pat on the back in the metaverse. Boom.